I fell asleep in the third. Didn't even see the line brawl until this morning.
Oh, yeah. Well, the last 10 minutes of the game were very, very 1980s, to be honest.
Well, what was funny is that Edmonton started that line brawl and got their asses kicked in every single one of the scrums.
Yes.
Every one of them.
And then they were made to look like infantile also. Pathetic. I'll tell you what, Eddie Olchuk, 5 minutes ago in the game, he said, well, we're not going to see Draisaitl or McDavid on the ice the rest of the way because Edmonton kept continuously going after Florida's top players. And and Eddie said, because if they put them on the ice, Florida's going after them. And sure enough, all those guys got game misconducts, and like the same 6 guys played the final 5 minutes of the game.
Well, I listened to a little bit on the radio because I was going to get Maddie, and they did make the point. They're talking about, excuse me, the difference in hits in game 1 to game 2. Hits were pretty much even in game 1. No, it's not. Hits in game 2 were decisively in the edge and forward. It's like we've said it throughout. You can't change the way you've played the whole year. And Florida just welcomes it.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to hit?
Good.
Great. That'd be fine by us.
Good hit by you.
Yep. And I go back to what I said before. Defense, you go run their defense, they can make 2 passes and get out of the zone. Not everybody else can. David Bierman hit his bet last night. He had over in the first period, goal and a half, 2 goals in the first.
That bet's 3-0.
Exactly.
Oh, coffin ball. There's no doubt about it. I mean,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday. Hope your week got off to a good start. We thank you very much for being with us. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 79 days away from the start of the college football season. That Thursday heading into Labor Day weekend with 16 games on the docket. 86 days away from the Eagles hosting the Cowboys. I like it. See when the first digits get staggered. 79, 86. It's just anyway. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I am great. For those wondering at home, the other magic number is 17.
Mark, what's in 17 days?
My vacation.
There we go.
I don't know when yours is, David, but you can start the countdown whenever you want.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a vacation this year. I'm just going to take a couple of Fridays off. I got Trent filling in a couple of weeks. I'll have Trent fill in once or twice in August. I think that's how I'm going to
just some 3-day weekends before the grind of your last grind of a football season, unless you start working Saturdays for someone else. It's going to be this will be your last long grind, if you will. Doesn't mean you won't still have a grind traveling, but since it's Gary's last year and you work with Gary with CBS, it would be your last year of grinding it out Saturday through Monday each week.
Yeah, it's my plan that it's our 20th year together. It'll be Gary, I believe's 36th year broadcasting big time college football. And yeah, I'm retiring from college football when he's retiring. For what you said, it's not that I don't enjoy the work. I do. Could I get work? I think I could if I wanted to. I mean, it's a very individual thing with the announcers. The announcers basically hire the spotters, not the networks. The networks used to 20 plus years ago, but now it's very much the announcer hires. And if you think about it, I mean, a spotter is somebody who you trust.
It's a caddy. I would liken your job in a lot of ways to a caddy. And I don't mean that with any disrespect. I actually mean that with the utmost respect. You guys are a team. The broadcaster gets all the glory. If the caddy screws up, we don't necessarily hear about it, but he's going to get it.
Well, yeah, if the caddy says hit 5-iron here and it comes up short in the water, the broadcaster is going to get written about, and the broadcaster is not going to be happy with the caddy.
Exactly.
Right. There's no doubt. So, yes, I am planning because, for what it's worth, with, lucky enough to do what I do, but I have to leave on Fridays and I don't get back till late Tuesday night. And week after week after week after week. And then, you're home for like 2+ days. And at this stage of my life, you know what? I would love to leave on a Sunday and come home on a Tuesday night. That, I'd have Friday nights. I'd have Saturdays. I'd have Saturday nights. Wow. Now, of course, Mark.
Make it happen night back in action in Jacksonville.
Well, that's not exactly. Okay. For those, with us in the first and second act, Saturday night is make it happen night. Well, it's tough to make it happen if you're out of town. I mean, if I'm in Champaign, Illinois, and she's in Jacksonville, if it's making it happen, it's not with her.
So, no doubt, as you got the countdown to the grind. But a little factoid that I heard last night before the game bodes very well for the Florida Panthers.
What's that?
30 times in the Stanley Cup final, there has been a split in the first two games. The winner of game 3 in those 30 other finals has gone on to win the Stanley Cup 23 times. 77% of the time, if you win game 3 to take a 2-1 advantage in the series, you will go on to hoist Lord Stanley's Cup. And last night, the Florida Panthers delivered the first dominant performance in the Stanley Cup final this year after 2 incredible games that went overtime in Edmonton. Last night in Sunrise, the Florida Panthers showed their will against the Edmonton Oilers and whooped them.
A strange game, whole bunch of penalties in the first period. So the game didn't really have the normal flow of the teams, just rolling lines and going up and down the ice, and very few whistles. Instead, there were a lot of whistles and it was very disjointed. But Florida, they said, thank you very much. We'll take the 2-0 lead after 1. Edmonton scores on the power play to start the second period, and you're thinking, okay, game on. Florida shortly after that said, we are not having a game tonight. Not tonight. We're whooping them, and they're not going to take it very well.
And then we're going to beat the hell out of them in the third period just to show them that if they want to play that way too, if they want to revert to mid-70s hockey, Edmonton, here's a surprise for you. You're playing the wrong team to do that against, because from line 1 to line 4, from defensive pairing 1 to defensive pairing 3, we're tougher than you are, and it ain't close.
And so Edmonton started with the cheap shots and started taking penalties, and Florida took a couple of them and took the penalties. And then about midway through the third, they said, you know what, we've had it. And Edmonton continued with some of the cheap shots, and Florida just dropped the gloves, and we had five tussles going on the ice. And we don't normally get this in the Stanley Cup playoffs, never mind the finals. And it's like, wow, this is like a Monday night in January, only it's June. And not only that, it's like a Monday night in January in 1988. Huh. I'll be damned.
There was an old adage in hockey, down by 4, start a war. Edmonton decided to start a war last night.
Yeah.
Problem was they were going up against a bigger and badder nation. They lost the game. They lost the fight. They lost the war. And like I mentioned earlier, 23 of 30, when it was split, goes to game 3, wins the series, and Florida getting that decisive game 3 last night.
And they got to the Edmonton goalie, Stu Skinner. He got pulled early third. I think, by the way, that was done not to get the backup some minutes for game 4. I think that was done in case Florida wins game 4, that the Edmonton head coach is like, yeah, I got to get the backup who hasn't played in 6 weeks. I got to get him in there, because if we're down 3-1 going back to Edmonton, I may have to make a switch in nets. And I don't want this guy coming in cold. I wonder if he put him in thinking, I may need him later on in the series.
Well, I thought Skinner on the first goal was absolutely awful. I don't know how many between 2 and 5 you can blame on the Edmonton goaltender, because Florida had it going on. There was a breakaway, power play goals, going backdoor to Ekblad on that play. I mean, there were some pretty goals by the Florida Panthers after the first one, which was a pathetic goal given up by Skinner. He was completely out to lunch on that one. I think you may have a little something there, David. I think more than anything, it was a matter of Edmonton being embarrassed by the way that their team had played through 40 minutes and sending a message that it wasn't acceptable.
Mark, he was like, because you fish. I mean, Skinner on that first goal was like, you caught the fish and you haven't taken them, or maybe you have taken them off the line and you just kind of throw them on the deck and you just watch the fish flop around for a little bit. My goodness. I text you after that first goal. I'm like, what was he doing?
And I responded, out to lunch. He was out of that play completely.
Less than a minute into the game, it's 1-0 Florida, and it's like the goalie's 10 feet out of his net, nowhere near the puck, and nowhere near the net. Huh. But Florida dominated. They won 6-1. They're up 2-1. And unfortunately, we have to wait till Thursday. Everybody's wondering why. I have to admit, I can't believe the hockey people can't figure this out. Why are we waiting so many days in between games? It's called the NBA Finals, and they don't want to go up against it. I mean,
this is really simple. The NBA has their schedule. The NHL moves their schedule accordingly.
I mean, game 2 of the NBA Finals was Sunday. That's why they gave it an extra day. They went from Friday to Monday between games 2 and 3. Normally, hockey likes to play every other day. Normally, hockey would play game 4 on Wednesday. There's only one problem. It's game 3 of the NBA Finals Wednesday. So hockey's like, we'll push this to Thursday. And game 5 will be Saturday. Why? Because games 4 and 5 of the NBA Finals are Friday and Sunday. I mean, I don't know why the hockey guys can't figure this out. I understand they don't watch the hoop, but aren't they aware of the schedule? I was listening to him yesterday. Oh, it must have something to do with arena availability. No, it's trying to get the most eyeballs on their product. That's all. But anyway, Miller and Moulton. Murray State, huh?
Murray State, a 4 seed in college baseball, beats Duke last night. They moved to the 4th 4 seed to make it to the College World Series?
The Racers for the Missouri Valley take down an ACC team to go to Omaha. Last year, the World Series was nothing but SEC and ACC teams. That's it. Not this year. Only 3 of the 8 are made up of the SEC and the ACC.
I don't know how that will do as far as drawing eyeballs, because typically in basketball, when this happens, it doesn't do well. But the college baseball audience is fairly built in. It is what it is. We'll see if it does really good or if it just does over the course of the next few days. We've got a great show lined up for you today. Ron Sirak. We'll talk a little U.S. Open with our golf buddy Ron. Daniel Kaplan, some big news in the Big Ten. Armando Velez to talk the Panthers, and David Samson on Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, EB. Not Troy, but yeah, I gave Gary the wrong club once, I think twice, probably in 19 years. I know I did once. Year 2 in Auburn. I just overstepped my bounds. You know, there are certain things that he relies on me for, but I started to do his job. And since he trusted me, he went with some information that I gave him as to who the safety was who got beat on the coverage when he had it right. And I corrected him. And I was wrong. Not good. Never done that again.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We're on Sirak in a little more than an hour. U.S. Open gets underway Thursday at Oakmont. There was a report yesterday about a whole bunch of money coming into college football, maybe $500 million worth. Not sure if it's true. It's been confirmed by some, not by others. Daniel Kaplan covers the sports business world. He'll join us to talk about it. It's private equity getting into the world of college football.
And into big-time college football. You know, the talk was, would the group of 5 schools or maybe the Big 12 go in that direction? Well, Yormark, the chairman of the Big 12, had dismissed the idea of private equity coming a few months ago, but it looks like the Big 10 could be jumping into the private equity for level with cash, with UCLA and Penn State being rumored to be on that train.
We'll talk to Daniel Kaplan about that. Armando Velez in a couple hours. The Panthers halfway to repeating as Stanley Cup champions, winning Game 3 decisively, 6-1. And David Samson, who now joins us Tuesdays at 9 a.m. Eastern because, well, his boss said, listen, we love your show so much, we want 2 hours of it, not 1. He said, well, that'd be great. And they said, yeah, we need you to start at 7 a.m. And he couldn't say, well, I can't do that because on Tuesdays I do Miller and Moulton. So needless to say, we now welcome David after his Nothing Personal with David Samson on Tuesdays, and that's at 9 a.m. Have you seen some of the quotes that came out of last night, by the way, in South Florida?
Yeah, I've seen some.
So Knobloch made sure to, and Knobloch is Chris Knobloch, the head coach of Edmonton. He made sure to make the point that basically some of the penalties on Edmonton were imaginary and that the whistle seems to be against them, not Florida. Evander Kane said the same thing. That's interesting. They call some of the stuff on us and they don't call it on them. And you really think that we're being rougher and edgier than they are? So, you know, this is usually an NBA tactic. You know, we remember Phil Jackson and Pat Riley and Popovich working the officials for 20, 30 years to get calls for the next game in a 7-game series. But so we got a little gamesmanship going on from Edmonton last night, getting the word out there that, hey, you guys in the striped shirts, you're not calling these games right.
Well, I find it interesting because I thought there was one particular sequence in which they called and, you know, hitting the goalie on one side, not on the other. But even the announcers last night, Draisaitl goes and cuts off Bennett as he's leaving the zone. The announcers go, oh, there's Bennett with a shot to the head. And finally, one of the announcers goes, yeah, that could have been interference on Draisaitl. I mean, Edmonton last night played dirtier than Florida. They tried to instigate the Panthers into penalties by hitting this little shot there, a cheap shot there. And Florida, up until the midpoint of the third period, skated away. Edmonton tried to do everything they could do to goat the Panthers into penalties, and the Panthers didn't bite. The Panthers draw penalties, in my opinion, David, because they're the aggressor the right way. When you make the first hit and you make the forecheck and you continually do that, you frustrate a team into retaliatory penalties. And that's what the Panthers have done for the past 3 years.
And Mark, I believe that Edmonton did it because it worked in game 1 and it really worked in the first period of game 2. Remember, Edmonton's led 3-2 after the first period of game 2, and Wayne Gretzky came on the air and said, listen, Florida just needs to stay out of the box. And what Florida doesn't realize is they're being goaded, okay, into these matching penalties. Edmonton wants 4-on-4. They want more ice. They put McDavid and Draisaitl out there. You can't compete with that. You got to stop taking these penalties. Don't get involved in these scrums. Turn and walk away. And for most of the rest of game 2, they did. And I think Edmonton went back to the playbook and was hoping to, hey, let's, they'll be home. They'll be jacked up. We can take advantage of it. And Florida now, I think the Panthers realize if they stay out of the box, they're going to win the cup. That's certainly what they believe. And I think so far, if you've watched this series, you would come to the conclusion if the Panthers can stay out of the penalty box, the Panthers will win the Stanley Cup.
I believe that to be the case. Matthew Tkachuk said it last night after the game because we talked about in the third. If you have to take a punch, take a punch. If you have to take a cross check, take a cross check. Spear, slash in the face. Whatever the case is, you've just got to take it. We played a really smart game, and they did. When you're the tougher team, you don't have to be cheap.
I don't understand, and we said this in the last round in the conference finals. I mean, say this about Toronto, say this about Tampa Bay. They played their games against Florida. Florida just beat them. Okay, they did. Florida just beat them. But Carolina, for the first half of the series, tried to out Florida. Florida was laughing at them.
Well, particularly with a team like Carolina that most games couldn't fight its way out of a wet paper bag.
Right, and they're out
and
there.
They're not a tough team, and they tried to have this bravado and take on the tough team with their game. It didn't work. It never will work.
Right.
And I don't think it even works with Edmonton. And Edmonton's a tougher team than Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's some physical players on that team.
Yeah. But don't try to out-tough Florida. Come on. Just play your game. Your game's skating. Go skate. That's how you're going to win this series. You're going to create chances by skating. So we got to wait till Thursday. And then, the series will get a little flow to it. Just like beginning tomorrow, the NBA Finals gets a little flow to it. Because I think we go Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Boom, boom, boom. It's like, okay, good. Let's get this party started. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Is it Wednesday, Friday, Monday?
Monday.
Unbelievable. Because it's such a long travel from Indianapolis to Oklahoma City. I mean, this is where we are so much softer now. I mean, the Lakers and the Celtics, the Lakers and the Sixers, the Lakers and the Pistons, they used to play every other day. And we all know the mileage that was involved in going from one city to another. And they weren't flying nearly as well as they're flying now.
They were flying commercial.
Right.
I'm surprised that the basketball didn't want to go Sunday night, follow the U.S. Open with an NBA final. Particularly a U.S. Open on the East Coast. It shouldn't go that late. And I know it's not the same network. I get it, but
right.
On Father's Day, dad being able to watch golf right into basketball all day sounds like a plan to me, but that's not the case.
I remember the last U.S. Open at Oakmont. The Sunday, Father's Day, was Game 7, Cavs and Warriors. Because when the U.S. Open was over and I was working it for Fox, I made sure to race to near the hotel. What's that famous Pittsburgh Pamani, is it?
Yeah.
And I went to Pamani Brothers and had dinner and watched the second half of the Cavs and the Warriors. By the way, I was the only person in the joint that wanted to put the NBA on.
That doesn't surprise me one bit.
There was Sunday Night Baseball and the NBA Finals. That's it. And they all looked at me funny because I wanted to watch the NBA Finals. I'm like, LeBron's, Steph, Game 7. No? And they looked at me like, Steelers season kicks off in about 2.5 months. When are you going home? The starting 5 is next.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, they are, Ambient. People left Pennsylvania, especially the Pittsburgh area, a long time ago. The city's done an amazing job of becoming a great city again. But there are Pittsburghers everywhere.
Ambient, when the Packers and Steelers played in that Super Bowl, which will be 15 years ago later this year, if somebody had gone on the air and said, by the way, this is the last time these two teams are going to play in a Super Bowl for at least 15 years, I mean, we would have thought they were bat blank crazy. It was the Steelers' third Super Bowl in 6 seasons. And the Packers, with Aaron Rodgers, in year 3 as a starter.
David, I don't know who Griffin S. DeMaris is, but he's a TV guy somewhere, maybe Omaha, maybe for Murray State. Murray State making it to Omaha is one of the best stories in college sports. This is their stadium. It holds 800 people. Their head coach literally cuts the grass.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Ron Sirak will join us 1 hour from now as we begin to look ahead to the U.S. Open. Beginning Thursday at Oakmont. Stimp meters at 14.5. The rough's at 5 inches. Rough looks a little thicker than that in spots, I'll tell you that. Daniel Kaplan to talk the business of sports. Armando Velez in a couple hours to talk the Florida Panthers. And our weekly visit with David Samson to begin the bonus hour. But right now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, as we've told you, Panthers dominated the Oilers 6-1 to take a 2-1 lead in the Stanley Cup final. Florida scored 3 power play goals. They had 6 different players score, including Brad Marchand, 56 seconds into the game. Florida led 2-0 after 1, 4-1 after 2. Bobrovsky with 32 saves. Edmonton goalie Stu Skinner got yanked 3 minutes into the third after he gave up a goal to make it 5-1. 85 penalty minutes for Edmonton, 55 for Florida, as there were a lot of scrums in the final 10 minutes of the game and a lot of 10-minute misconducts handed out. Game 4, Thursday night. Same bat channel, same bat location. NFL news. First off, they worked things out as to who exactly is going to be the new owner of the Indianapolis Colts. Jim Irsay had 3 daughters. All 3 own the same percentage of the franchise. But Carly Irsay Gordon is the principal owner. And she was the one of the 3. One handled marketing, one handled PR and charitable work that Jim Irsay did. But Carly Irsay Gordon is officially the principal owner of the Colts. She will represent the Colts at league meetings. She will be the one doing the voting. But the Colts will remain in the Irsay family. Many teams have mandatory OTAs this week. Yesterday was the day that guys had to show up and take their physicals. Today through Thursday is when a lot of teams will practice. Packers, during our show yesterday, cut cornerback Jair Alexander to save $17 million. Bengals cut 6-year starting linebacker Jermaine Pratt. He'll still cost them like $2.5 million against the cap, but they saved nearly $6 million. Cincinnati's got some money to spend. They're going to spend it on Trey Hendrickson?
You would think they would, David, but there's been no indications. There's been nothing leaked, nothing said, no indication from him that they're negotiating. So your guess is as good as mine.
The Jags made their punter, Logan Cook, the highest paid punter in the NFL. He's making $3 million this year. They signed him to a 4-year extension that averages $4 million a year. And good for Nick Chubb. He signed with the Texans. I thought the Cowboys should have signed him months ago. Worst running back room in the league. I think Nick Chubb would help. Chubb signed a 1-year, $2.5 million deal with the Texans. And then the Browns sent out a nice post on social media. How would you take that, by the way? They didn't want you back after all that you had given them. And yet, when you sign with Houston, they say nothing but good things and wish you the best in your future endeavors.
Well, let's see. 55-year-old me would just take it in stride and
Right.
not say a damn thing.
Right.
How old is Nick Chubb?
Oh, I think he's like 29.
29-year-old me
Right.
would, with having the money that Nick Chubb does, I might take out a full-page ad in the paper, the Cleveland Plain Dealer. Is that it, where they probably took this out in? And I might just have a 2-word response.
Uh-oh.
Suck it. Are you serious?
I know.
Yeah, well, we're going to all play the good guy. If I was so great, then why didn't you sign me?
Yeah, especially for what I signed for. Like, you couldn't afford that? Baseball. You remember Yuri Perez? He was a terrific young Marlins pitcher. He was 20 years of age in the summer of 2023. And late in the season, he blew out his elbow, had Tommy John surgery. He had not pitched since September of 23. He returned to the majors last night. 3 innings, gave up 4 runs, took the loss in the Pirates' 10-3 win over the Marlins. Phillies snapped their skid. They had lost 9 of 10. Cubs scored in the top of the 11th, but the Phillies scored twice to win 4-3. We've said this before this season. Chris Sale is an ace, and the Braves were reeling, had lost 7 in a row. Chris Sale went to Milwaukee last night, 7 innings, 1 run, 11 strikeouts. We need a win. Give me the ball. Braves beat the Brewers 7-1. Terry Francona returned to Cleveland last night, and he did so as manager of the Reds. Cincy won 7-4. I'll tell you what, we hyped it up. The Dodgers and the Padres, I'd pay to see a best of 7 of these two. If these two played in the LCS, I'd be all for it.
Well, and I mean, and I know one, but I mean, come on. The Padres, the Dodgers, the Phillies, the Mets, any combination of those 4 teams should lead to a terrific series. I know you picked this one because there's some angst between the two.
Well, there's more than some angst. I think now the Phillies have angst towards the Mets. The Mets don't have angst towards the Phillies. They should, but that's a whole other story. But these two genuinely don't like each other. Dodgers scored 2 in the 10th, held off the Padres 8-7. It was a really good game throughout. 2-2 after 1, 5-3 after 3, if you get the idea. So the Rays had big leads throughout, blew a 7-5 lead in the 9th, but ultimately beat the Red Sox 10-8 and 11. The Red Sox called up the number 1 prospect in baseball yesterday, Roman Anthony. He went 0 for 4. Normally, by the way, when you call up the top prospect, you bat him like 7th, 8th, or 9th. You know, you're trying to protect him, not too much pressure on him. Yeah, the Red Sox batted the kid 5th. We're like, well, kid, you say you're ready. Let's go. Toronto beat St. Louis 5-4 and 10. The Cardinals scored 4 in the 8th to get back in it. Toronto tied it in the 9th, won it in the 10th. Jonathan Clayson with the homer in the 9th to send it to extra innings. You don't see this every day. Seattle with 4 in the 9th to tie it. Arizona walks it off in 11 on a Josh Naylor grand slam. And I'm not kidding. Make a note of this. Go to your favorite social media outlet and look up Denzel Clark catch. Clark with an E on the end. He plays for the A's. Look it up. It's going to be the catch of the year. It may be the catch of the 2020s. It's obscene. He took away a homer from the Angels. The Angels didn't need it. They won 7-4.
It's Bo Jackson after the catch when he runs up the wall. The difference is he runs up the wall and robs a home run.
With half his body above the wall. I mean, that ball is gone. Murray State's going to Omaha. Mark, what is it you said about the Racers of Murray State from the Missouri Valley Conference?
So Griffin Demarius posted on X the following. Murray State making it to Omaha is one of the best stories in college sports. It had a picture. This is their stadium. It holds 800 people. Their head coach, Dan Skirka, literally cuts the grass.
There we go.
Gotta feel good for those guys. You're damn right you do.
Let's hope they win at least one game in Omaha and get to stick around a little while. So Murray State joins the 7 others who qualified over the weekend. College World Series begins Friday. Double elimination in Omaha. So the Power Conference commissioners, boy, they are talking tough. They say, we're going to enforce NIL. And if we don't, we hired somebody. Did you hear about this move over the weekend?
Yes.
The deal went down, you know, the NCAA deal. And then they announced that they hired Brian Seeley, who was an executive with Major League Baseball. And they've named him the CEO of the College Sports Commission. And this commission is supposed to keep track of NIL. And are they going to hand down the punishment? I thought the conferences were going to do that. Are the conferences going to give the power to this Brian Seeley guy?
That's
all of a
the
sudden,
looks of it to me, David. I could be wrong, and this is going very quickly.
So the first time Brian Seeley comes down hard on a big boy for an NIL violation, the conference is going to be okay with this? I know that's what they say now, Mark, but come on now. Let's just say Brian Seeley would have had a different view of what was going on at Michigan a couple years ago when they won the Natty. You think Michigan and the Big Ten would have stood back and said, well, it's what Brian Seeley says. We got to live with it. Or do you think they would have lost their ever-loving mind? Just saying.
There's so much going on with this, not the least of which are the Power Four conferences lobbying hard to get this house settlement turned into law.
By the way, underreported on Sunday was that the AD of Notre Dame and the commissioner of the SEC, Greg Sankey, were invited to play golf with the president of the United States, and obviously said yes and played golf with them, because when the president calls and says, hey, let's go play golf, you free your schedule. And what do you think it is they talked about? The upcoming football season, or maybe what the powers that be would really like Congress to do, you know, little antitrust status, which would eliminate a lot of future lawsuits. Let's see if the White House and Congress gets further involved. They've hinted at it and they've backed away. Let's see if they'll do it. Sportico reported that there's a private equity firm called Elevate that is investing $500 million into college athletics, and that Penn State and UCLA have signed up. Now, neither school acknowledges it. No one else is reporting it. But Daniel Kaplan will join us in a little more than an hour, and we're going to talk about whether or not private equity has entered the big-time world of college sports, and it's done so a lot sooner than people thought. And Mark, finally, Angela Suggs is the athletic director of Florida A&M. Florida A&M doesn't have any problem with Angela. But Angela was asked, hey, could you come down and turn yourself in? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, your former employer at the Florida Sports Foundation, they claim you used a corporate credit card for personal use to the tune of nearly $25,000. So that's fraud and theft. So either we can arrest you or you can just take the 10-minute drive down and we can book you. So she turned herself in and was booked and was charged. And FAMU, they seem okay with Angela. They're like, well, she didn't do it here. We like her. But the Florida Sports Foundation, they want their money back and they want her to go to jail. And at 8 minutes before the hour mark, that was the starting five. 5 big stories and a corporate credit card here on Miller and Moulton.
I will say, David, this college, right now, the House versus NCAA settlements, all everyone's talking about because it's put the money back in collegiate, or putting the actual paying of college athletes by the colleges. But The Athletic put out an article this morning that the House of Representatives Committee on Energy and Commerce is trying to help get this bill turned into law. And one of the key things on it, David, declare that college athletes are not employees, Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dreamweaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floormeisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David
This
Moulton.
is Miller and Moulton.
Ah, robes. That's awesome.
No, Canada Relief. You will never get any streams of me outside of this show. Unless I get arrested and it's on television.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. We're on Sirak to talk a little U.S. Open golf coming up in about 35 minutes' time. We spend probably more time than 99% of sports talk radio shows talking about the business of sports. And I would say we spend 99.9% more time talking about the business of college sports than any other sports talk show. So I get it if some of you are like, wow, we going down this road again? Well, if you can tell Miller and Moulton there's a bigger off-the-field story than this, we'd love to hear it. Anybody?
And I think part of the reason that we do it, because let's be honest, David and I don't speak outside of the show when we're actually talking. I mean, even today, our whole commentary before we went live to our Twitch audience was good morning.
Correct.
That was it.
And then Mark said, we're going live on Twitch, hit the button, and walked out of the studio for a couple of minutes.
That's how we roll around here. But we think that most of you don't want us to spend an hour breaking down a game that you've already seen or a game that hasn't been played yet. We'll give our analysis here and there, probably more during football, but hell, there's no big game tonight to even talk about.
No, nothing. What, you want us to break down a pitching matchup? But Mark has made me aware, and he made you aware about 10 minutes ago, of a report in today's Athletic. The lengths that the powers that be in college sports have apparently gotten Congress to go, and Congress is going to really try to help them out. Now, before we get into the specifics, can I just ask a couple of rhetorical questions? I've got two in mind. One is all these deals that are being talked about and negotiated, are the athletes being consulted at all?
No.
Okay.
You know that.
Okay.
Sorry,
So-
they were rhetorical questions. I should have just shut up. But go on.
No. I'm glad you answered it as quickly and decisively as you did, because it leads me to then follow up with, does anybody think this is then going to hold up in court? I mean, seriously, imagine everyone listening. You're a college athlete or soon to be college athlete. They've now put together this system that they've put together. They're going to pay you, but they're going to do it on their terms, and you're not being consulted at all.
And they are putting in a clearinghouse to make sure that you, the athlete, your NIL deal is at fair market value according to the clearinghouse.
Right.
Now, I just want everybody to think about that for 1 second. That means you do job A. You're good at job A.
Yeah.
Company B is not paying you a ton of money to do that job. But Company C offers you a substantial increase in pay to go do that job that you're good at. It's 3 times what your current company is paying you. if you had to go to a clearinghouse to determine what fair market value is, the corporate world would put a kibosh on it because they want to keep control. And that's essentially what they're trying to do to college athletes right now. The clearinghouse knows what fair market value is. Can we define fair market value? It's whatever the hell the market will pay you.
Right.
That's a capitalistic society. It's the basis of what the hell we do in this country. And the NCAA and the government are trying to squash what the athlete can make. David, help me out here, the Supreme Court, I would use a wrestling term, went off the top rope to tell the NCAA that they can't limit what the athlete can make.
And that's why the NCAA is trying to get Congress's involvement so that this way they feel this will supersede the Supreme Court. But before we get to that, Mark, you said something. You used a word that they are also arguing does not exist. In giving the example that you gave, you said that we are working a job. In the bill that is now before Congress, they apparently are going to specifically state that the college athlete is not an employee, unquote. Help me out here. I'm not that smart. You guys know that, and you listen anyway, and we're very appreciative. Who pays someone money if not for a job? I'll hang up and listen. Seriously. I'm what in the world? I mean, these universities, the University of Florida, they pay, we can go down the list. Teachers, coaches, janitors, the whole deal. They're all working, right? It's a job. Who gets money to not work? Well, what are you doing? Seriously, make the argument in court. If a Supreme Court justice says to you, so they're not employees, well, then what are they? I've got all day.
So what this commission is already trying to do, this new bill they're trying to get through would fully deputize the Collegiate Sports Commission to enforce the settlement rules, such as requiring athletes disclose third-party name, image, and likeness deals worth more than $600 and allow the compensation that is not considered fair market value. Allow an entity to establish a revenue sharing cap. Again, this sounds a hell of a lot like employee-employer type deals.
Who are you going to share revenue with if not an employee?
Preempt national or preempt state NIL laws with this national law. Allow the NCAA, and most of you listening will like this one. Allow the NCAA conferences or another entity to establish and enforce rules around transfers, eligibility, length, and the paying of recruits. The big one is declare that college athletes are not employees and then require athlete agents to register with an entity. Okay, that's fine. What they are also doing is that they are trying to ensure that after playing for a couple of years, your injuries are taken care of. That's to appease the other side. It's a Republican-led committee. They're trying to ensure they get some Democrats on their side by allowing athletes to take care of their injuries, or the NCAA to take care of their injuries for a couple of years after they play.
Who gets paid if they're not an employee? Not from a government, by the way. Not from a government. I'm talking about from a business. Who gets paid money if they're not an employee? I just want to know. I'm serious. It's the only question I would have if I'm a Supreme Court justice. This is going to go to the Supreme Court. If this passes, this will go to the Supreme Court. Because the Supreme Court came out 9-0 a few years ago, and they all but said these guys are employees. I mean, what the hell? They all but said, what the hell else would you call them? Somebody will take this to the Supreme Court. I know it's the law of the land. They're going to try to change it. It'll take a few years. But seriously, if they're not an employee, what are they? And to me, Mark, this reminds me of 15 years ago when the NCAA was still desperately, passionately clinging to their amateurs, their student athletes. The scholarship is enough. We're never going to pay them a dime. And finally, thanks to Ed O'Bannon and a few others, they went to court and it all came tumbling down. Remember, Curt Flood lost. Curt Flood is remembered historically. Curt Flood actually lost. Now, 5 years later, we had free agency in baseball, but Curt Flood lost. But he ended up winning. And the players ended up winning because of Curt Flood. There's going to be a Curt Flood in this instance who's going to challenge this if this passes. And eventually they're going to win.
The NCAA dragged their feet for so long on this issue. They could have been out ahead of it. But to David's point, they were hell-bent on keeping the amateurism model, the student-athlete model. And they have, as we've pointed out for a couple of years, they've lost always when it comes to fighting this in court. Find me a win for the NCAA. Now they're trying to get Congress to intervene and set this as law. Determining what free market value is? A clearinghouse? It doesn't make any sense.
Who gets paid from a business to do work if they're not an employee, contracted or otherwise? Who? Could somebody explain that to me? I'm only 59 years old.
So Darren Heitner coming up. We'll talk to him about these issues. We could do it for hours. Ryan Sirak, in about 25 minutes' time, we'll focus on the U.S. Open. Is it Scheffler or the field at Oakmont? American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dreamweaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, will fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Fly Panda Fly at South Park did an incredible episode on that. Incredible episode.
Do you have the best thing you've seen today?
Yeah, except for you stole it when you talked about the catch. I was all set to do the catch in the Oakland game.
Oh, do the catch. I mean, it's 45 minutes later. That's an eternity in a show. Got any audio you can play? No, seriously, you can take your phone, put it up the microphone.
How is that, David?
I would stay with it. I would stay with it.
I know that.
Yeah.
Does that sound wise? I know I got to stay with it for the catch.
It's better than Nostown. Seriously.
We are quite a show.
Mm-hmm.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Ron Sirak in a little more than 15 minutes. We'll talk a little golf. We'd like to do that on this show, particularly when it's the week of a major. U.S. Open gets underway Thursday at Oakmont outside of Pittsburgh. It was voted recently kind of in the golf industry as the number one place, the number one course for a U.S. Open. It's funny. I don't like it.
Yeah, we know. You've made your opinions known on this show for the better part of the last 4 weeks that you do not like Oakmont. You also are not a huge fan of the U.S. Open. Of the majors, it's third or fourth.
It's probably fourth, to be honest.
You'd put the PGA ahead of it?
I don't think they set the course up most years fairly. I don't.
Happened to see Ben Griffin on social media yesterday. Said, let's see what the rough looks like. And he just walked from the fairway through the first cut to the deep rough and just dropped his ball. And he had his camera over top the ball, and you could see it well down in the grass. And then he kind of panned around and did a 360 view of where the ball was from about 4 feet away. You couldn't see the ball once. But I don't know, David, with how long they hit the golf ball now. I don't know what you're supposed to do to make par a difficult score for 18 holes without having the greens run at unbelievable speeds and having rough that's incredibly deep and thick. I don't. That's why, to me, if you wanted to have it at Shinnecock or Winged Foot every year, go ahead, because the course can handle it. And usually the winds and things like that, the natural elements, make those two courses incredibly difficult. But I to me, they should never have one at Pebble again, ever.
The course is too short.
Yeah.
They talk about Marion and Pebble, and they're awesome courses. Unfortunately, nowadays they're too short. And the only way that Pebble would be a good U.S. Open location again is if you had 4 days of weather like the British Open. I know, the Open Championship, because it is a link-style course. And most links courses, the only chance they have is the elements. I mean, Gary Woodland, when he won the U.S. Open in 2019 at Pebble, I think won it like 14 under or something like that. And that's with them narrowing the fairways down to,
about half of what they normally are. And I can say that from being there when they were marking them for the U.S. Women's Opens, and the caddies are like, yeah, the fairways are going to here. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Right. So, but no, not my favorite tournament. I think that, especially around the greens, like, these guys have a lot of skill. I have no problem with the punishment. If you miss the fairway, they want it to be damn near a stroke. Okay, I got no problem with that. I really don't. But around the green, okay, I think that the skill that these guys bring to the table, they got to have a chance to get up and down. And I think a lot of times they don't. It's too much rough around the greens. So that's all. I don't know how much skill. It sounds absurd, but I don't know. I don't want to watch 5.5 hour rounds of fairway green two putt. Whoever does that the most for 4 days wins. Wow, that's exciting.
To me, it's whoever makes the most 10 to 12 footers for par by getting up and down wins. But I love the tournament. I love the challenge. We'll see what Oakmont provides this week. Time now for the coolest thing I've seen today, brought to you by Air Advantage. 18 months, no interest, no payments are available. If you're looking for a new system, they're a proud Ream Pro partner, and you can call them at 433-4635. That's 239-433-4635 or myairadvantage.com, myairadvantage.com. There are actually two things today. They're both baseball. One I saw this morning early, one I saw early in the show. The fact that Murray State is going to Omaha in a stadium that holds 800 people, and apparently their head coach, Dan Skirka, is the gentleman responsible for cutting the grass. That's awesome. I mean, even Toe doesn't cut the grass at FGCU. They've got someone that does that. He'd be willing.
I mean, there was a time when I think he had to. Same at Jacksonville in North Florida. I mean, those coaches are, one for all for one, life in the sun. But, I mean, they do have groundskeepers.
But the catch of the year, the catch of the decade, and when the century's over, it will be on the short list for catch of the century, happened in the bottom of the first in what at the time was a 0-0 game. Anaheim was at the plate, but Denzel Clark with the heroics.
Shot well with a fly ball left center field. Denzel Clark racing back. He's all the way back. He's at the wall. He caught it. He caught it. I can't believe it. Denzel Clark with a sensational catch. How did he do it?
Don't know how he did it. Completely over the wall is what the analyst said, and he was. 2 steps and a hand on the fence. His whole upper body was over the fence, and he managed to pull himself back into the field of play, catching the ball. It's the best catch I think you may ever see. And that's the coolest thing I've seen today, brought to you by Air Advantage. myairadvantage.com, myairadvantage.com. When you book an appointment for service or sales, be sure to tell them Miller and Moulton sent you.
10 minutes from now, Ron Sirak to talk a little U.S. Open here on Miller and Moulton. You think there's any carryover from Game 3? Or do you think with nearly 72 hours in between Games 3 and 4 and, Game 4 will be completely different? Because clearly Florida got under Edmonton's skin. They were complaining after the game. They sounded, to be honest with you, they didn't sound like Stanley Cup champions, the Oilers, after the game. They sounded like whiners and complainers. And I thought this team had matured from last year. I thought this team learned after being down 3-0 to Florida, kind of what it took, the effort and the intensity and the, composure. And Mark, when it was happening yesterday in the third period, I laughed and said, well, this looks like the first 3 games last year.
I do believe that the 2 days between games here is exactly what Edmonton needs, because I do think playing tomorrow, there would be not carryover, but maybe animosity towards it. I think getting 2 days for Edmonton to forget about Game 3, because that's not, if Edmonton's going to win the series, they cannot play the way that they played yesterday. They can't be trying to run Florida out of their own building. It won't work. Florida welcomes it. I've said it 100 times throughout the playoffs. And David, you have too. When did Toronto have the most success against the Florida Panthers? When they tried to outskate the Florida Panthers.
Right.
And Edmonton can skate from the back line all the way through. They have to be a team that carries the puck in the zone, gets shots off the rush, and force Florida to take penalties because of Edmonton's speed. If they are going to play into Florida's hands, then this series could be a lot shorter than you and I thought.
No doubt. No doubt. Just like I thought Game 2 was an absolute must for the Panthers, I do think Game 4 is an absolute must for the Oilers. I know they won 3 in a row last year. I don't like their chances of doing it against the Panthers 2 years in a row. Ron Sirak, little golf talk coming up.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. In the top 5 nicest people award who have ever been on Miller and Moulton, Kurt Becker and Ron Sirak would battle for the top spot.
No doubt.
Battle.
By the way, he's with you on this.
Oh, I know.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Daniel Kaplan will join us then. We'll talk a little bit more about the business of sports, college sports especially. Armando Velez, 1 hour from now, to talk about the Panthers up 2-1 in the Stanley Cup Finals. And David Samson will join us at his new time, 9 a.m. on Tuesdays, because he's busy doing his show right now. Ron Sirak is kind enough to join us, a legendary golf writer. He's a contributor to the Golf Channel, ronsirak.com. Follow him on X at Ron Sirak, S-I-R-A-K. Ron, it's David and Mark. Good morning. Listen, we know, because we've gotten to know you from afar over the years, you're a Western Pennsylvania guy. You love the U.S. Open. You love Oakmont. This might be your favorite week of the year, isn't it?
Yeah, I played Oakmont when I was in high school about 1 billion years ago. I think it's the hardest course in the United States, and I think the USGA does a great job of really making it a demanding setup. It is the one golf course where, Mike Davis, who used to set up golf courses for the USGA, once told me we could give Oakmont 1 week's notice and they could hold the U.S. Open there. Lee Trevino said about Oakmont, we could have a U.S. Open there tomorrow. The course is in that kind of condition, and it's that demanding all the time. Their members are nuts.
That is the other story about this, Ron. Staying away from the tournament and all the participants in the Open and the great stories that will come this week. The membership loves having the tournament here. They love seeing the best in the world struggle the way they do in their Tuesday morning game, don't they?
And they love putting at 14 on the stiff meter week in and week out. The first time I covered an Open at Oakmont was 1994. And being from Western Pennsylvania, I'm a Pirates fan, I'm a Steelers fan. So I walked down to the pro shop and they had all the handicaps, the members posted there. And I'm curious, what Pirates, what Steelers are members? And as I'm looking through the list, it dawns on me, boy, you don't want to play in a money match, a 10 handicap from Oakmont. Because if somebody's carrying a 10 and they're playing there, they can play golf.
By the way, if that was your first U.S. Open, that was Arnie's last, and you're a Western Pennsylvania guy, and obviously you're making your living at golf. I mean, what was that experience like?
That was an amazing. First off, that Friday was an amazing day. It was also the OJ Bronco chase day.
Right.
But Arnold misses a cut. It's a Friday. He comes into the interview room. There's probably 350 reporters in there. He comes in. He starts to talk, breaks down, can't do it. He started 3 times, and then he finally just looks up and says, "Guys, I'm sorry, I can't do it," and gets up and walks out. It's the only time I ever applauded in an interview room in my career. You always try to keep that objectivity going. But here was the guy who always gave us everything we needed, always shared his time, gave us the quotes that we needed. On that day, he couldn't make the words come out because he knew it was his last U.S. Open, and he was doing it on his home turf.
Ron, with that being said, and we don't make the rules, and you don't make the rules, but there's Arnie missing the cut in his last Open and making his way to the press room. Even though he couldn't get a lot out, by not getting a lot out, he said everything to the members of the press there. We're now in a world in golf where if a guy doesn't play well, he skips that room. Should the PGA Tour mandate all players be accessible to the media following their rounds?
It's a trickier thing for the PGA Tour because unlike team sports, players are individual contractors. There's no collective bargaining agreement. There's no, there's not a CBA there in which they can negotiate in things like that, and you can get fined in the NBA, the NFL, MLB if you don't meet your media obligations. I don't know if they could do that with golf because they are independent contractors. They fine them for slow play. They can fine them for abusive language on the golf course. The media obligation is a trickier thing. I always felt that it's part of being an athlete. It's part of being a celebrity. You're making a lot of money. And part of the reason that you're making that money has to do, like it or not, with the media exposure that you get. I mean, the public wouldn't know who you are, without that exposure. And I do think it's a player's obligation, and I'd like to see the tour lean on them a little bit harder than they do.
Ron Sirak, been covering golf for over 30 years. Follow him on X at Ron Sirak, Sirak. As you pointed out in some of your writings, I think all but one winner of the U.S. Open at Oakmont won at least 2 major championships.
Yep.
I mean, you go back to 94, Ernie Els, what did he win? 4. Even Angel Cabrera then won a Masters. He won 2. Dustin Johnson is a 2-time major winner. So with that in mind, I mean, should we really go through the field and narrow it down to, what are we talking here? Less than 12 guys who realistically will win this thing?
Yeah, Oakmont is not, doesn't produce fluke winners. That's for sure. I would think that the demands of Oakmont are going to be, you're going to have to put the ball in the fairway because the rough's 5.5 inches. And you cannot play to those greens out of the rough because the greens are going to putt at 14.5 on the stem. And so it's got to be somebody who can drive the balls really well, keep it in play. And then with the Open always tests more than any other tournament we play is patience and discipline. I was just at a couple of weeks ago at the U.S. Women's Open, USGA. There was a par 4 there. On Friday, they set it up at 360 yards, a tricky little dogleg par 4. On Saturday, and it played under par. It played to like 3.9 strokes on Friday. On Saturday, they moved the tee up to 260. Said, okay, this is now a drivable par 4. Go at it. It played as the second hardest hole in the golf course that day because player after player made stupid decisions about trying to go for that green, and they ended up making big numbers. And that's what the USGA likes to do, test that mental discipline. So I think that's one of the reasons certain players have major championship mentality. Payne Stewart was that way. He played better in the majors than he did in regular events. Nick Faldo was that way. And the U.S. Open tends to really bring out those kind of players, the players who can think their way around a golf course and stay disciplined. It's going to be it seems to me going to be a good place for Scotty Scheffler,
Shocking. We've talked about the golf course and how hard it is. Ron, I am all for the carnage. I like seeing these guys struggle. I really am. But a 290-yard par 3, is that really fair?
Well, I'll say 2 things about that. One, the whole place, it's a downhill hole, and it's the greens open in the front. You can chase the ball onto it. That said, in my mind, the best par 3s in golf are holes where the players have scoring clubs in their hand. You look at number 12 at Augusta National. You look at number 7 at Pebble Beach. You look at number 12 at Marion. You look at the postage stamp hole at Royal Troon. Those par 3s that are playing like 150 yards, or in the case of Pebble, 107 yards. Got a scoring club in your hand, and it challenges you. I think the long par 3s are boring holes for the entertainment value because the player's just trying to hit the center of the green, get 2 putts, and move on to the next hole. So it's fair because everybody's playing it. It's reachable by everybody. But as a fan, as a spectator, I find those kind of holes pretty boring to watch.
I have to admit, I find Scotty Scheffler as boring as you find those par threes. However, he's never won the U.S. Open. You know, I mean, in fact, Scotty, before this year, I don't think had won a tournament after the end of April. You know, you win a U.S. Open, you win an Open Championship, they talk about you differently. I mean, you know, is it really Scotty against the field, or because of this setup and this course, is that ridiculous to say?
You know, it's not Scotty against the field because, for a lot for the reasons that you just said, he doesn't have a great track record on the U.S. Open. If you get somebody like a McIlroy goes out and has a great week with the driver, then that's a huge plus for him. In Rory's particular case, you got to wonder what the hangover is from last year's U.S. Open and those missed putts down the stretch. But you could see somebody like a Ludwig Ebert, play really, really well this week by just thinking their way around the golf course and staying patient and staying disciplined. Look at who the 4-time winners of the U.S. Open have been. Ben Hogan and Jack Nicklaus, and Bob Jones. That's a pretty good group, and that shows what the demands are of the championship. I don't know what to expect from Scotty this week. I think it's more wide open than that. I think that we're going to talk about the Brooks Koepkas and DeChambeau is just seems to be pushing his game to another level right now. The person who's gone to live, who seems to have suffered the most, is Jon Rahm. But he's won an Open. He's somebody who could add another one in there. So my dark horse in there, who's not won a major, but he's a fairways and greens kind of guy, Sepp Straka. He's in the top 10 in fairways hit. He's in the top 10 in greens hit, and those are good stats to have going into an Open.
And at 40-1, that's some pretty good value on the board if you're willing to throw a couple of shekels that way. Rory,
I got him at 45-1.
Oh, wow. Okay. Rory didn't make the cut last week. I contend he wanted to get the hell out of Canada and didn't really care on Friday. Should you make anything out of how poorly he played in his last round, or do you just dismiss that?
There's just something going on with Rory right now. He's being distracted by a whole lot of stuff. He said early in the year he was going to step back from the LIV controversy and not be as upfront in there, but he's gotten involved now in the driver gate, and he was annoyed that Scotty's driver also didn't pass the requirements, but that it was leaked. It was leaked to the media that it was Rory's and not Scotty's, and he was annoyed about that. He's had his run-in where he didn't talk to the media. His head seems to be in a really weird place and not a good place right now. I'm not so much worried about his game as I'm worried about his attitude. And in my mind, his attitude, for the 15 years I've been covering him, his attitude's always been his biggest problem. He tends to get down on himself, and you see it in his body language. And it'll be fascinating to see how he goes out on Thursday and what kind of intensity he brings to his play this week.
Ron, we always appreciate your time and your insight. Safe travels, or whenever it is that you are traveling, and hopefully we can talk again later this summer.
Love being on with you guys. Call me anytime.
Ron Sirak. RonSirak.com, SIRAK. Follow him on X at Ron Sirak. To give you an idea, it's one thing for us to throw a stat out there. These are the last, I think, 7 guys who have won the U.S. Open at Oakmont. Some guy named Hogan, some guy named Nicklaus, Johnny Miller with the final round 63. He turned out to be pretty good. Larry Nelson. Don't get me going on Larry Nelson. That's when Sunday's round got stopped by weather, and they had to come out and they had to finish on Monday morning. And Larry Nelson had like a 65-foot putt to begin his Monday, and he made it. And he beat Tom Watson by 1. Ernie Els, Angel Cabrera, Dustin Johnson. All of these golfers won at least 2 majors. DJ, Cabrera, Els, Miller, Nicklaus, all long hitters. Hogan, incredibly straight. Larry Nelson, incredibly straight.
Length is going to be key, David, because it is supposed to rain Saturday and Sunday. And that will make the rough thicker. It will make driving in the fairway that much more important. So I do think weather is going to play a big part of this. And it'll be interesting because I like what Ron said about Straka. He hits a lot of fairways. He's been playing really, really well. But can he handle the pressure of Oakmont and the U.S. Open on the weekend?
You know, I'm picking Shane Lowry. What are my odds I'm getting? He had the lead going into Sunday 9 years ago, and he wasn't ready to win a major yet. He's won a major since. He's been playing pretty well this year.
That major in 2019 is his last solo tournament victory, however. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Faro and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Faro and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Faro and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe. And
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't know if Oberg's ready to win a major yet, particularly this one. I could see Oberg winning the British before the U.S. Open, Sonny. That would just be my thought. First major win at Oakmont would be impressive. I'll tell you that much. Dan is on. Even though he goes by Daniel Kaplan, he answered the phone, said, "This is Dan."
Okay.
I don't think he'd mind the Daniel. I'm just saying.
I was going to say that's what he goes by in all this official.
I agree.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. Armando Velez in about 35 minutes. Florida Panthers, 2 wins away from a repeat. David Samson to join us, fresh off the set of his show 1 hour from now. We welcome Daniel Kaplan, outstanding business reporter, who right now is filing stories for a few different places. You can find all of his work at danielkaplan.substack.com. Follow him on X at Kaplan Sports Biz, and that's B-I-Z, Kaplan Sports Biz. Daniel, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Talking here from a rainy New York.
Well, before we get to what it is we contacted you about to talk about on this show, you did a story about the Drive to Survive is coming to pickleball? Say it ain't so.
Yes, pickleball is infiltrating all aspects of society, and they will have behind the scenes, follow the players, follow the business staff series that they're currently working on.
Oh boy, I can't wait for that one. Tongue firmly planted in cheek. All right, the House settlement agreement has come. It's changing the landscape of college athletics. But yesterday, it looks as if private equity is jumping in collegiate athletics. And Daniel, I thought it may happen with the Group of Five school. I thought it may happen with the Big 12. But Brent Yormark, their commissioner, had downplayed it. UCLA and Penn State accepting private equity money. How big of a story to you is this?
Well, first we should note that story, UCLA and Penn State, they denied that they were taking private equity, that they have a business relationship with the firm that's making these investments, but it's on the venue management side, not on the private equity side. That said, there are schools that apparently are going into business with this new fund. It's called Elevate, and it has private equity money behind it. But it should be noted that the financial products that this Elevate fund will make available isn't necessarily private equity. It could be loans, debt, other kinds of financial products. So it's unclear exactly right now what Elevate will be announcing in the next couple of weeks in terms of the 2 schools it says it has under contract, but it may not necessarily be private equity. That said, private equity is clearly coming to collegiate sports.
Okay, so for the record, Sportico reported that Penn State and UCLA have become partners with Elevate. And I guess Elevate has publicly said that they're willing to invest up to $500 million into a college sports initiative. Daniel, can I ask a really dumb question? What are they going to do with the money? How do you get it? Is this an interest-free loan? Is this a loan with interest? I don't understand the theory behind private equity getting involved in college sports. Help me out.
The backtrack, Sportico did put out a corrective story saying that that the 2 schools had denied it, and so there will be 2 schools coming out saying they're going into business with Elevate, but it won't be Penn State and UCLA, according to Sportico. What will the schools use it for? I mean, it'd be improving athletic facilities. Perhaps we all know with the House settlement, the schools can now pay the players up to $20 million a year. That money has to come from somewhere. It's a good question. If these schools are needing the money to pay players and expand facilities, what's the return potential for private equity? The hope is that if you look at Elevate, their business is managing facilities, selling sponsorships and marketing. They believe they have insights into the business that could perhaps, make it more profitable. So that from their perspective, because they have their fingers in the college pot already, they think they can make the business work from either a private equity perspective or a debt perspective.
All right. The House settlement has now been executed, the $20.8 million, but it still leaves a lot on the table of how NIL is going to be handled. And they want to have a clearinghouse, and Deloitte's going to determine what fair market value is. Daniel, does this have any shot, and of holding up in court? Because it seems to me fair market value is whatever someone will pay for someone else.
NIL Go, as this clearinghouse is known as, actually goes into effect tomorrow. So it's a very timely subject. You probably have had him on the show, Darren Heitner. He's a sports lawyer who focuses a lot on NIL. He put out a tweet saying basically he expects to expand his legal service with more lawyers, because of NIL Go. It's crazy. I mean, I can't imagine this this clearinghouse coming to a player and saying, we think your endorsement deal you signed with XYZ car dealership, which is affiliated with the university's booster, is not a real deal, and we're not going to accept it. That's going to just trigger litigation immediately. There's going to be assuming NIL Go rejects a number of these deals, there's going to be a wave of litigation. It's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so many other issues with paying the players. 75% of the money is going to go to men's basketball and football, which is, you understand it from a revenue perspective, that they're the revenue sports, but from a Title IX perspective, women's sports, there's sure to be lawsuits there.
Well, also, Daniel, have you ever considered yourself not an employee, even if it was just a contract employee, when you wrote an article and you got paid for it? They're trying to get legislation through Congress where it specifically states that the athletes are not employees. I can just imagine whichever Supreme Court justice it is that's going to ask Okay, the lawyer, if they're not employees, what are they?
Right. The unionization declaring the athletes as employees, that's taken a bit of a backstage position right now. The charge at the NLRB brought by the Collegiate Players Association, they withdrew that in the last few months because they wanted to see how the House settlement would pan out. But that's certainly percolating out there, the move to declare collegiate athletes as employees. It's not gone away. It's just taken a little bit of a backseat to the House settlement.
All right. If you were to project forward, do you see obviously we've got the House settlement. That's nearly $21 million. Do you see it still being a free-for-all on the NIL side? Do you think that they will get smart enough to work around whatever hurdles there are from this clearinghouse so that Texas Tech can pay the pitcher? I mean, and they got the deal in time, and I know that. But if they wanted to continue on by the framework, that's not a legal deal. Will the NIL people be smart enough to skirt around this to figure out how to continue to pay players outside of the House settlement agreement?
Well, I don't see how you set up a structure which assesses fair market value, which, as you pointed out, is whatever the market will bear, and lay out the prospects that you're going to deny these NIL deals. I saw some stat that 70% of current NIL deals would be rejected under the standards of NIL Go. So I don't see how you have that scenario, and it's going to be a wild, wild west of litigation. The lawsuits aren't going to stop.
What do you envision this Brian Seeley guy who got hired late last week, a former baseball executive? He's the CEO of the College Sports Commission now. I mean, what do you envision him doing?
Well, he'll be in charge of everything we were just talking about, the regulatory apparatus that's being installed as part of the House settlement. I don't envy him. That's for sure. It's going to be a tough task, but everything again we talked about, the procedures for NIL Go, how these deals might get assessed, if there's changes to the assessment procedures, communicating these new changes to the schools and universities. That's all under his bailiwick.
The conferences are working with Congress, as we talked about, to try to make this House settlement bill into law. And as David mentioned, part of it, Daniel, was ensuring that they are not employees. Do you think we're heading that way with the commission? I mean, this commission that started, do you think it will be passed into law by the government, or do you think that at the end of the day that they're going to try to let college take care of college?
Well, I don't think, whatever subjects we're talking about, getting anything through Congress is certainly tough these days, given the political nature of everything. And there have been any number of bills proposed and hearings held in Congress, and not much has come of it. So I don't think the NCAA, one of the reasons they settled the House settlement, the House lawsuit, is there was no hope of a federal bailout, which would have been an antitrust exemption for the NCAA. Remember, this all started with the Alston decision in 2021, which found an antitrust violation in the way the NCAA regulated educational benefits. That led to them relaxing their restrictions on NIL, and they've run scared of being accused of antitrust violations ever since. So they've been seeking an antitrust bailout from the Fed, from the Congress, ever since, and that doesn't look like there's any hope or a prayer. So I wouldn't expect any kind of congressional resolution to the Wild West scenario that the NIL marketplace will continue to face.
Daniel, thanks for your time and your insight. We're very appreciative, and goodness knows you're not going to be lacking for work for the next few months, that's for sure. He's sports business reporter Daniel Kaplan. You can read his work at danielkaplan.substack.com. Follow him on X, Kaplan Sports Biz, B-I-Z, Kaplan Sports Biz. Dan, thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Kaplan, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. By the way, that pickleball story he did was featured on Awful Announcing a couple days ago.
Well, I mean, you can't. I'm going to leave it alone. Too many people like pickleball. I'm not even going to start. Go knock yourself out with your paddles and your balls and your fake tennis.
But a Drive to Survive show on pickleball. I mean, doesn't there have to be enough material, right? Don't you need action?
David, I very slightly tried to take on the pickleball crowd there, and I know I made a horrible mistake. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
third-year Letterman, who I find to be a hilarious follow on X, did just post something that I think needs to be recognized. The art of the prank phone call in the 90s. The entertainment we got out of prank phone calls. Kids will never have any clue of how fun that was.
Also, radio shows did it.
Oh, yeah.
Late night talk shows did it. Letterman calling across the street to the deli. Johnny Carson calling Letterman's mom. One of his few appearances on Letterman. He said, I just have one question. Does he openly talk about me like dying in a car accident so he can have the 11:30 time slot? And she said, oh, yes, Johnny, all the time.
Right, and that's a funny phone call, but the prank phone, I mean, it's the prank phone call was an art.
CBW says caller ID killed it.
Yeah, you could do *67 to get around caller ID. People still answered back then.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Armando Velez will join us in a little more than 15 minutes to talk Florida Panthers. 6 different goal scorers yesterday. 3 power play goals. Brad Marchand scored less than a minute into the game. Do you know the Panthers have now done something only 2 other teams have done in Stanley Cup playoff history? They've won a game in each of the rounds by 4 or more goals. A couple of the Islanders dynasty teams did it. The 81 and 83 Islanders managed to win at least one game in the rounds that they needed to, get by. At least one game by 4 or more goals. And now the Panthers have managed to beat the Lightning and the Maple Leafs and the Hurricanes and now the Oilers by 4 or more goals in winning a game. So just a little historic footnote there for the Panthers. Did you see Bettman on the pregame?
I did not see him. I have now read what he said, particularly when it comes to the tax.
First off, he was good. He wasn't arrogant, Gary Bettman. He was relaxed. I'm feeling good about our league and our sport, and I'm happy, Gary Bettman. I mean, him and Wayne were joking around. That's an interesting relationship. Gretzky and Bettman had a 10-year major falling out. Gretzky would have virtually nothing to do with the NHL and was owed money by the league because the Phoenix franchise couldn't afford to pay him for services rendered, and the league on a couple different times was in control of that franchise. So it's interesting. And I mean, they all but alluded to the Ovechkin chase kind of got them back, spending time together, talking, mended their relationship a little bit. All right. The 2 things. First off, Bissonnette brought them both up. He said, how about Anson Carter asked about expanding the playoffs to more than 16 teams. And Bettman's like, absolutely not. No. Okay. I don't like the whole play-in idea. My idea of a play-in is the final 3 weeks of the regular season. Second year in a row, by the way, playoff spots were determined, seeding and at the very least determined on the final day of the regular season. He goes, I feel we have the best regular season, and I don't want to do anything to make it less. I don't believe in 1-game playoffs. I don't want to go to 20 teams and have 12 teams sitting around. He's like, absolutely not. Oh, okay.
Then why do you feel the need to expand to 34, sir, would be my question, because I don't think it's necessary. We know why you're going to do it, because you're going to charge $1 billion a franchise, and that's split up among the owners.
So then Bissonnette brings up hey, taxes in Canada and the 6 franchises who have no state taxes and the advantage that he believes they have. And this is where I thought, a very human reaction from Bettman. He didn't get annoyed, but he just looked at him and he said, Bissonnette, basically, this is BS.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a ridiculous issue, is what he said.
Yes. And he looked at him and said, by the way, I didn't hear a word from you or anybody else for the 17 years that the Florida Panthers were bad. He goes, do you know what it takes to win in this league? And he rattled it off from the top of an organization down. He goes, and do I believe, that players, if all things are equal, will choose a better weather or better tax situation? Yes. But I believe just everything else has to be equal. I really do. And I think that you're dismissing the Panthers organization, the Lightning organization, the Vegas organization, the Stars organization. He says, I'm sorry. I think you are. Okay. And your beloved teams, no offense, run your franchises like they've been run for the last 10 years. And then come back and call me. And then ask me if there's a problem. Now, I will say it's going to be tested this offseason when both Sam Bennett and Brad Marchand return to the Panthers for less money.
No, and Aaron Ekblad. I mean, who said he wants to be a Panther for life,
right?
By the way. Yeah, Marchand said he'd return to Florida. Bennett hasn't really said as much, but both, Ekblad and Marchand have said they want to come back to Florida. Ekblad said, I want to be a Florida Panther for life.
Now, I will say they don't have enough money for all 3 if all 3 are getting even remotely close to what it is they could get on the market. I mean, most people feel Bennett would get 10 on the open market. But remember when the Lightning had their Hedman, Stamkos, what do we do? And the Lightning got them all to agree to make between 8 and 8.5. And they basically
Cap's going up for the first time in a while too this offseason.
Yes.
Substantially. That's something to take notice of.
And in 2 years, the cap's going up significantly.
Nothing better last night than Jackie Raymond interviewing Paul Maurice on the bench and making a comment about Sam Bennett. And Maurice gives a really good answer. And Jackie Redmond follows up with, I'm sure his agent's going to really enjoy that coming into free agency, but that's for another day. And Paul Maurice, without hesitation, said he's a terrible human being that has the bubonic plague. And as Jackie Redmond continues to try to talk, Maurice is trashing Bennett as much as he can to everybody that's listening.
He's just awful. Awful to deal with. Awful. Right.
I thought and I texted it to you last night. I thought Liam McHugh there had one of the best lines during the intermission that I've ever heard, because they go to the Panthers player there to do the interview, and Wayne Gretzky is going to lead off the question. And you could see the player's eyes get a little wide. And I was thinking it the whole time. And they finish the questions and they come back and Liam says, you really basically sober a guy up when you tell him Gretzky's asking the first question.
Right. Who's on the line? Gretzky. I'm sorry.
Who?
What?
The greatest player to ever play the game is going to ask me a question right now. Okay. That's the amount of grief Bissonnette gets from Gretzky about his parlay.
Well, and Bettman was giving it to Bissonnette too. He really was. Bissonnette said, man, I'm like a piñata here tonight. I am getting it.
As well you should.
Yep.
You're basically a minor leaguer that has walked into the catbird seat by doing a lot of great things for the sport. That Spittin' Chicklets podcast has done wonders for the sport. They do an amazing job. And it launched him into a national show and a lot of other things, and all the credit in the world goes to Paul Bissonnette for that.
I also think that, who owes him a little something is Marchand. Okay? Because Bissonnette, I think, brought out the personality. What did we always think as non-Boston Bruin fans. He was completely unlikable. And he gets traded to Florida, and throughout the end of the regular season and then throughout the playoffs, Bissonnette and him are going back and forth, and they're busting each other's chops. And you're watching Brad Marchand, and he's funny. And you're like, how could I dislike this guy? He's got a sense of humor. He'll take it, and he'll dish it.
When he went with the belief to Bissonnette in the Maple Leaf series in the interview, that was fantastic. He's been great. No, he's been terrific. And you're right, because I know I would have wanted a Brad Marchand on my team. I get it.
Yes.
But he was a guy that I flat out disliked. Always respected the talent.
Right.
And now maybe it's because the entire hockey world seems to hate the Florida Panthers. And watching, here in Florida, it's become a little irritating. And I'm pulling for the Panthers. And Marchand's not their best player, but damn it, is that guy good in the postseason.
I could argue Bennett or Bob would probably win the Conn Smythe, but I think he'd be third. Armando Velez next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, I don't know if he had me on speaker before, but he did not sound great. If that's the case, I'll maybe have to call back, but we'll see.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. David Samson to join us at the top of the hour, the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. Ron Sirak, Daniel Kaplan joining us earlier on the show on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. And that's where Armando Velez is kind enough to join us once again. He covers the Florida Panthers for a living these days for the Hockey News and the Locked On Panthers podcast. You can follow Armando on X at Mondo Man, M-A-N-D-O, Man 12. Mondo Man and the number 12. Armando, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you once again for having me, and thankfully for us.
Yeah, Armando, I am going to call you back. I thought that was the case. We've got a bad connection here. So, David, do your thing.
All right. I will do my thing. As we mentioned, David Samson normally joins us, well, for many a year. He joined us at 7 a.m. on Tuesdays. Now his show begins at 7 a.m. weekdays. And so he finishes up around 8:45 to 10 to 9. And then he will be joining us at the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton. Tomorrow on the show, Seth Everett, Pat Kerwin, at the very least. Here on Miller and Moulton, we'll also likely have another golf guest as we continue to preview the U.S. Open at Oakmont. So there is that. 79 and 86. I mentioned them during the first hour. I haven't mentioned them since. That's on me. That's our magic numbers. See? We're getting there. It's closer than you think. 79 days away, 11 weeks from Thursday to the start of the college football season. 86 days away until the Eagles host the Cowboys to kick off the 2025 NFL season. Armando Velez is back with us. Armando, thanks for your time. Well, the Panthers have been good for at least one of these in every round of the playoffs, but did you think after the first two games you'd be going to a butt whooping last night?
It's funny because it usually sometimes averages out that way for the Panthers. I mean, usually the whole Palm-Race mantra is pound their D so that when they get to Game 7, they have nothing left. But, I mean, but the Panthers were able to get it out early. I mean, you score 56 seconds into the game. I mean, the Panthers going into this one had more road wins than total home games played. So I mean, and their power play wasn't really going in the first 7 home games. They only had one power play goal, and they were able to get 3 on the night. So I mean, it's a really big confidence boost for the Panthers getting back and winning the way they did.
And it started with Marshawn again last night. 37 years old, he appears ageless out there. For a team that's as good as the Panthers were prior to the deadline, how much more has Marshawn added to this team?
Oh man, he's added so much depth and a different dimension. I mean, the scoring distribution between all 3 of the lines are all within like a few points. That's the thing. Right before the third period, someone tweeted out saying that the top line combined had 51 points, the second line had 50. And the third line had 49. So it just creates a more balanced attack. And the fact that Brad Marchand's style of play is very similar to the likes of a Sam Bennett, even though they're on different lines. It's just whenever one put the pressure on the others. And I mean, really, I got to give a lot of credit as well to the second power play unit. They have been the unit that has been performing to above the standard. I mean, especially because both times that the Panthers went on the power play in the first period, it was after the Panthers' top guys were on the penalty kill. So obviously you have tired legs, and then that unit is the one to start off. So I mean, it manifests into scoring. I mean, Carter Verhaeghe, regular season, he was down this regular season, and now he has 7 goals in these playoffs after that one that went off the post, and it was just the beginning of an absolute demolition on Monday night.
Armando Velez, the Locked On Panthers podcast. Also, he covers the Panthers on behalf of the Hockey News. And Mondo Man 12 is how you can follow him on X, Mondo Man and the number 12. All right, 2 big parts to last night, in my estimation. They got to Skinner, and he gets pulled. And we all know that Skinner is a Jekyll and Hyde goalie. But then they kept McDavid and Draisaitl off the score sheet when those two had been virtually dominant in the first 2 games. And we wondered, how much different would life be for McDavid and Draisaitl when Florida had the last change and when they probably would get broken up and not be played together? I don't know which was a bigger factor last night, okay, reining in the big 2 or getting to the schizophrenic goalie.
I think the bigger one was the fact that they were able to limit the superstars of the Edmonton Oilers, because Leon Draisaitl didn't get a single shot on goal last night. McDavid had 2 of them. But I mean, you're looking at especially the 2 goals in the second period that the Panthers broke away with. I mean, it's Barkov on the forecheck. They bump into the referee, and then Sam Reinhart makes a few moves, and then that shift that just defines Florida Panthers hockey with 1 hit from Sam Bennett, and then finishing on that breakaway. I mean, there's not much that Stuart Skinner could really do there prior to trying to defend the goal for him. So I mean, last year it was the Florida Panthers that were getting burned on these breakaway chances, especially between games 4 and 6. But it's the Panthers now who are finding a way to finish on their breakaway chances. And I mean, the percent chances of making saves on those whenever you are trying to get to the top of the crease and someone's making a move from backhand to forehand, I mean, that's not easy to stop for a goaltender. So, I mean, I ultimately think that Stuart Skinner does get back into between the pipes during Game 4. I mean, psychologically you have to pull him in order to send a little bit of a message to the team. It's like, hey, it's not good enough. But the Panthers, I mean, there's been a lot of goals scored. Draisaitl has 2 of them. McDavid has a whole bunch of points, but none of them have an even strength goal against Alexander Barkov when he's on the ice.
Well, Armando, it to me boiled down last night of what's happened throughout the playoffs is that if you're going to beat Florida, you're going to have to outskate them. And last night, Edmonton decided to play Florida's game and try to out-hit them. And I give Paul Maurice a ton of credit for last night and the players because they were disciplined. If this was a game in January, the Panthers may have bit and the Panthers may have retaliated and gotten irritated. Their mindset is such that if you want to come hit us and you want to play dirty, we welcome it, but we won't retaliate. And it took until the game got 6-1 before the Panthers said, all right, we're up 5 on the scoreboard. How about we kick your ass on the ice too?
And yeah, you saw that with the fight between Jonah Gadjevich and Darnell Nurse, and then also Sam Bennett and Trent Frederick, which it was a full line brawl. And then you see the face that Jonah Gadjevich made after the fact when he was going to the locker room after the misconduct. It didn't get any better later on in the game, where, I mean, Evander Kane has a slash on Carter Verhaeghe when he's down on the ice. So it's the fact that even Chris Knobloch said it after the game, where he was kind of shocked that he saw his team lose the composure as much as they did. I mean, Florida has a whole bunch of battle scars from their 2 playoff runs and end up winning the cup. But I mean, Edmonton does too. I mean, you think that they would be more composed than that. But I mean, hey, when you're down 6-1, anything goes when it comes to trying to match the physicality and just trying to, there's 2 days off in between games 3 and 4. So even if you are on the winning side and, maybe someone said something out of line or something that was a hit that was trying to create some intimidation, that's what the Edmonton Oilers were trying to do, to maybe have the Panthers maybe a little overthink. But hey, this is a very mature group, and I'm sure that just like how a lot of things haven't phased them throughout these last three years, this is not going to be one that ultimately breaks them.
You have to figure, though, Armando, I mean, you've covered hockey for a while now. Edmonton's complaining about the officiating. They can point out a fact, okay, that Florida had 11 power plays. All right. and that I have to believe that the Oilers will get a couple calls in the first 30 minutes of game 4. And Mark and I are of the belief that this series has gotten pretty simple. If the Panthers can stay out of the box, they're going to hoist Lord Stanley. But if they start taking penalties again, and it doesn't have to be the roughing, boarding penalties. Hey, Edmonton speed, a trip, an interference. If Edmonton gets a couple calls and gets an early power play goal or 2, this series changes on a dime again, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And thankfully for the Panthers, I mean, it doesn't happen without a few early kills in the first period for them. But another thing is that the Panthers are +2 right currently in the special teams category. I was talking about how if the Panthers are even in that front in special teams, that they're going to find a way to win and keep it at 5-on-5. And I mean, the fact that the Panthers are scoring at this rate and with their special teams, not only on the power play, but that shorthanded goal that Brad Marchand had in game 2, and the fact that as the series goes on and it gets tighter, there's going to be less penalties. I mean, I'm still shocked by 11 power plays and 17 total between 2 teams last night, but there's going to be less of those towing the lines when it comes to taking risks, because you don't want to cost your team eventually. And that once again I feel is going to be advantage Panthers. I don't know when that's specifically going to happen, but if you could just keep it once again at the 5-on-5, you can, and especially once again that the Panthers are going to have another game of the last change. They could really set their matchups properly and still continue to get the pucks in deep, get in on their forecheck, and work those low to high plays and get to the net front.
Obviously, they have to get 2 more wins. But as of this moment, right now, who would you vote for the Conn Smythe Trophy?
I'm so back and forth between this one, because before the series started, I had two guys in mind. It was Sergei Bobrovsky and Alexander Barkov. And I mean, Barkov doesn't put up the points, so but he does so many great things defensively, so I don't think he's going to get consideration. But with what Sam Bennett is doing, 12 out of his 14 goals have come on the road. He scored last night for only his second goal at home. Brad Marchand, like you mentioned, he is the oldest player to score in the first 3 games of the Stanley Cup final. But what Sam Bennett's doing in a contract year right now, he is my favorite.
Yeah, we figured it's either Bennett or Bob right now, but hey, 2-1 does not a cup champion make. Armando, thanks for your time and your insight. Try to enjoy a day off here, and safe travels back to Edmonton, because you're at least going back once. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Armando Velez, the Hockey News, the Locked On Panthers podcast. Florida 2 wins away from a repeat, which would be the first since the Lightning, the first 2 seasons of this decade. Penguins did it a few years before that. But I'll be curious. I can't wait to listen to a little NHL Network radio later today and
Oh my
see.
goodness, it's going to be exhausting. They are
See.
just going to complain all day about how rough it is for the poor Edmonton Oilers. Good gracious.
That's what I want to hear. I want to hear how much whining are they doing about the Panthers? How much whining are they doing about the officiating? Or will they take the tone that the TNT broadcasters took in the final 10 minutes of the game? I mean, Ed Olchuk was like, how come Knockblock can't get these guys under control? Okay, he couldn't believe that Edmonton was losing it like this.
I mean, they went from undisciplined to unhinged.
Yes.
Squirting water at the Panthers bench. I mean, they were acting like little children by the end of that game, like spoiled little children.
For those that don't watch, so the corner of the one bench, and there's an area of about 5-6 feet, and then there's the corner of the other bench. Well, during that 4 or 5 feet, that's where the sideline reporter is. So when he's trying to spray the Panthers bench, he's spraying Brian Boucher of TNT, who's pounding on the glass to say to the guy, hey, stop it, I'm getting soaked. David Samson is next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dreamweaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floormeisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good, boy. 2 weeks of this. We're in week 2 of you working 2 hours. You're already bringing guests in. Holy cow. Uh-oh, you froze up on me. That could be my end.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Froze up for a second there.
Sorry. Oy. I'm tired, Mark.
Nothing like a couple of guests to help that out. Always does.
There is no doubt about it. Although it turns out you still have to pay attention.
Yes, you do.
I'm still laughing about your picture. Did you maintain that ranking? Have you figured out how that ranking even happens? Because I haven't.
I have. By the way, what was that? Like popular podcasts of the day, or
sports podcast?
Top 200 sports podcasts
of the day, or like period?
Well, it changes all throughout the day.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there are times I'm not on it. There's times I'm in the top 50, top 80. Like it changes all the time.
Huh. No
we
idea.
have a very sharp guy that runs where our podcasts go, and he does a really good job of marketing the podcast. So I think that has a lot to do with it when he puts out good content and teases it and gets it out there on social.
No one's been able to figure out exactly how they do it, but
right. By the way, someone texted me and said, have you ever encountered someone who's wearing Nothing Personal merch?
I have.
Okay.
And it's fun. I must tell you, it's fun. Makes you feel good.
You going to do those travel things again, or are you too busy now?
No, we're working on a tour for fourth quarter of this year. So yes, I hope to get it together for this fourth quarter, but it may bleed to the first quarter of 26, but I hope not.
Love to get you here. If there's any way we can help with, if you're doing Florida.
So Miami is on the list, and adding, that's an interesting. Where would I do it on the west coast of Florida? Let me speak to the tour manager, because I love the west coast of Florida, as you know.
And they love you.
You're so nice.
I just love the fact you're still laughing at our picture. Okay.
The best part about that, by the way, those were individual pictures that they overlapped us on. We never took a picture together that day.
I did not know that you did not have.
Are you sure? I thought we stood together.
Positive.
Huh.
I hope. Is that all they photoshopped?
Yeah, it is all they photoshopped.
Hey, now.
I'm just kidding.
See how gray I went in that time?
Listen, we're not getting younger.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Joined at the top of the bonus hour by David Samson. He of Nothing Personal with David Samson. It's now a 2-hour show. It's now weekdays at 7 a.m. live. You still then rebroadcasting that sucker on the DraftKings Network afterwards?
Every day, 8 to 10 on DraftKings Network. Yes.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. So they're actually airing the show. They're airing the first hour while you're doing the second.
It's quite a feat to be in two places at once. But yes, it is true. It's live 7 to 9 on YouTube. Nothing Personal with David Samson. Please subscribe. But it's 8 to 10 on tape on DraftKings Network. And of course, it's still now a podcast still a podcast, and it's 2 hours. So it's hour 1, hour 2 released every morning.
Follow David on X at David, the letter P, Samson, David P. Samson.
All right. I know it's, boring to talk about highlights and just a single play, but We talked about it a little bit. Denzel Clark's catch last night from Oakland. Have you ever seen anything that's even in the area code?
Yes, come on. That's such recency bias. It's a great catch. There was a catch.
He was halfway over the damn fence.
The first name that came to mind when I saw it was Bo Jackson, because he had some amazing. Now we're digging deep into the archives. My God, there may be a bunch of listeners who don't realize that Bo Jackson was a superstar in 2 sports. He had some fantastic catches, but there have been some great ones. But yes, the ability to climb a wall is what I like the diving ones better than the wall ones, where you totally lay out, because I've walked on an outfield. It's not like your backyard grass where it feels really soft and nice to be a part of. When you dive in the outfield, you are putting life and limb at risk. And it's really hard, if you've ever tried that, and we've all done that, to try to dive and catch a ball. Not easy.
Braves are 9 games under. How much more time as GM do you give them before you conclude, wow, we're not good, and I thought we were going to be good?
So you're asking the single most important question that a front office is faced with every year. It's whether or not your preseason evaluation was accurate about your own team, and when are you willing to decide that you were wrong, both to the positive or to the negative. So let's talk about 2 teams now. Start with the Cardinals. The Cardinals are an example of a team that was supposed to be bad. They've been really good. And is the front office convinced enough, hey, we're good, therefore let's add when we were going to be selling as we headed into this season?
Well, and if I could just stop you, they also have an interesting front office situation, because they have an outgoing GM and an incoming GM. So who's making the call?
And a ticked off fan base because they didn't spend any money and they've not been coming to the ballpark, even though they've been winning.
Well, the thing about that is baseball, let's start there. Attendance is a lagging indicator to success on the field. You can have a really good year, and that will not manifest itself in increased attendance until the following season, because once your season ticket base is established, that's really the foundation of your attendance. And you can say that Ohtani will drive attendance. He may be the only player who can. But other than that, you're not going to draw this particular year if your season ticket list is lower. The Cardinals, though, you're talking about John Mozeliak, who is finishing, and Chaim Bloom, who is starting. And here's the question. Do you sacrifice the future to take care of today? And that would be to the benefit of who's there now, but not who's coming tomorrow. And the answer is it has to do with the owner. And the owner, Bill DeWitt, and I touched on this on Nothing Personal today with Ken Rosenthal. Bill DeWitt, the octogenarian. Bill DeWitt, who is so happily surprised that his team is doing well. Bill DeWitt, who many people would argue at that age, you don't buy green bananas. That Bill DeWitt, when you have a chance to add to your ring collection, you can bet your sweet bippy you're adding. It doesn't matter if you're trading away and Chaim Bloom is behind the 8 ball, year 1 of his career. You are talking about right now. And I believe the Cardinals will add, because why wouldn't you? Although the National League is so deep, I would still add if I were them. The Braves are another situation.
Hold on. Can we just stop? How many days do you think it takes to go from green to yellow? I mean, doesn't it take like tops? I mean, you're that old. You're that shaky.
That's the point.
Wow.
So let me explain, David, because I totally understand what's happening here, is you're not familiar with that metaphor. And so what I am basically saying is not that Bill DeWitt is dying the day after yesterday. What I am saying is when you get to that age, and by the way, I'm not there, but I feel it too. Like, hey, this could be, I've been doing this recently, a lot of last looks. When I watch a movie that I've seen a lot of times, I just did this with like St. Elmo's Fire. I said to myself, wow, this may be the last time in my life I watch this movie. That was a very bizarre, scary thing to do.
Wow.
All right, the other side of this, because I get where you're coming from St. Louis, and I got the green banana metaphor without needing it explained to me.
Thank you, Mark.
We can move on from that. But the Angels are playing a little better. We all know, I mean, Trout's back. Artie Moreno says he won't trade him, but they're in an American League, which isn't very good. They're only 3 games beneath 500. While I would love to see Trout get traded to a contender, I don't know if that will ever happen. If you're a team like the Angels, if you're a team, I don't know, hovering in that AL Central, 7-8 games behind Detroit. I mean, the AL seems to me that you just have to get in the tournament at the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, listen, in the Angels in the West, we could talk about all of them, but really you got to talk about Artie Moreno. You have to talk about the fact that he didn't trade Ohtani last year when he could have and had the opportunity. And I guess my thought is this. Artie Moreno has proven year in and year out that he'll spend money. He's just been really bad at it because either his baseball people are bad or what's more likely is he doesn't listen to his baseball people. But when he sees the opportunity to maybe take away like one paragraph of the reams of coverage that the Dodgers get by having a successful year, he's going to go after it, as he should. I mean, he went after it last year when he had no business to go after it, and he bought and then had time to sell, as you may recall. And I suspect that's what he will do again this year, where they would be early buyers, see how it goes, and then decide by the 31st if they want to buy more or they want to actually sell. So for me, it's very owner-driven, which is why Atlanta is such an interesting situation because they're corporate owned. And so they're not answering to a specific person while Terry McGuirk is the leader. They don't really have one guy. Even in Toronto, which is owned by Rogers, they have Edward Rogers. But Atlanta is a team that they can't be this bad except for one stretch where they got themselves back to 500. And then they had Acuna come back and Strider come back, and they thought they were going to roll from there. Instead, what they've done is roll backwards. But now 0-7 is not a big deal. You can recover from that, although nobody's ever made the postseason after an 0-7 start. And we thought Atlanta could be that team. But when you fall back to 9 below this late, you're going to need a run that I'm not sure the Braves are capable of, especially in a division where they're chasing the Phillies and the Mets. Forget the Nationals for now, and obviously forget the Marlins. So I think the real possibility there is that the Braves don't add. I don't believe they will sell. I believe they're an example of a team that will stand pat.
Plus, the Braves contractually are kind of locked into most of this lineup for at least
Are
the
they
next
ever?
2 years. This is a shocking development. By the way, did you ever have a year in which you were so wrong, in which you were convinced we're going to be at least pretty good this year? We'll be 500 or above this year, and things went horribly wrong, and it's the first week of June, and you're like, oh my goodness, I got to trade half the team.
Well, no, and God knows I traded half the team many times, but 20 years ago this year, and it seems like yesterday to me, we had won a World Series in 2003, and in 2005, we signed Carlos Delgado as a free agent. We signed Al Leiter as a free agent for a year. We still had Cabrera. We had Lowell. We had Pierre, Conine, Castillo. We had such a great team. AJ Burnett was back pitching and older. We had Beckett. We were supposed to compete for the World Series, and we couldn't make the playoffs, but we were competitive all season. We added to that team, and we just collapsed down the stretch. And what people may not remember, and of course, I want to give the excuse so I'm not looked at as a terrible executive, we were crushed by hurricanes that year. We had games delayed and postponed, and we had to play a series out of state. It was a total nightmare, which obviously is no excuse. It's a joke that we didn't make the playoffs. But in September, we were right there in a game in Houston going against Roger Clemens. I'll never forget it. Burnett against Clemens. Clemens' parent had just died. I want to say it was his mother. We thought we could get him, and he was at the height of his needles and obviously effectiveness back then. And the thought was, we got it. We got to Clemens in the first inning. We're going to win in Houston. We're going to be a wild card, win the World Series. And then we gave it up and lost that game. I'm sure it can be found on the internet somewhere, but it was a game in September in Houston, Roger Clemens, AJ Burnett. And that's then I knew, not June 10th. That's the day that I said, oh my God, we're going to miss the playoffs.
Can a baseball team take another team out of their style of play. And I ask this because last night the Florida Panthers won. They took Edmonton Edmonton tried to play Florida's game, and they got their asses kicked by trying to bully the bully. I always think of the Cardinals back as a team that kind of bullied you because they'd throw at you, and if another team wanted to participate, they're like, sure, we'll bean you all day long. Can you bully a team in baseball the way the Panthers bullied Edmonton last night?
There is no way you listen to today's Nothing Personal. And so this is so unbelievable. My word of the day, which I lead off every show with, was rattled, because the Oilers got rattled last night. And when you start playing a game that's not your game, thinking that you have to do something different than what got you to where you are, which is the Stanley Cup final, and you're rattled into trying to draw penalties and playing a game that's not yours and then getting kicked, that's going to be a problem for you. Look for game 4 of the Oilers to be the Oilers.
Can it happen in baseball, though?
I've not seen it, because you're as good as that day's starting pitching, and you're as good as how you feel in terms of a hot streak. I don't view other sports as that way, the way I view streaks in baseball are not that way because of starting pitching. Every good starting pitcher can end a streak. So for me, I don't see it that way. We play our game.
He's David Samson. He's doing his thing now weekdays at 7 a.m. live for nearly 2 hours. So, download it live. Or you can watch it on tape delay on the DraftKings Network from 8 to 10. He'll continue to join us on Tuesdays here in the bonus hour. Follow David on X at David, the letter P, Samson. David Samson.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, I don't think that they're firing a coach that's got them to the finals in back-to-back years. This bill, Amanda just tweeted out some of the highlights of it. The employment status prohibits student athletes from being classified as employees of their university, preserving the collegiate non-professional model.
I between Clarence Thomas, Justice Kavanaugh, honestly, based on the questions they asked a few years ago in that suit, I would love for this to get to them.
Well, and this is a bipartisan bill. It's Lisa McClain, who's a Republican from Michigan, and Janelle Byram, who's a Democrat from Oregon. This is funny. When discussing the new College Sports Commission enforcement process, Ohio State AD said the goal was to set up, and I quote, a pro sports model.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. I've got a couple developing stories that we'll keep you abreast of here in a moment here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett, Pat Kerwin will be on the show tomorrow. We'll probably have a golf guest. We'll probably look ahead to Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Just some of what we got going on here on Miller and Moulton. Ron Sirak, Daniel Kaplan, Armando Velez, and last segment, David Samson, all joining us, courtesy of the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Have you seen the developments this morning in Pittsburgh and Cincinnati?
I have, and it's interesting because everybody will focus on Cincinnati because he's in a contract dispute with the team, their big D tackle there,
Trey Hendrickson.
And TJ Watt's missing mandatory minicamp as well in Pittsburgh because he wants more money.
Well, they're both in the exact same scenario. They're both entering the final years of their contract. They each have this year, and that's it on their contract. And they both want a new contract, an extension, before they're going to step on the field this year. Now, most of Watt's contract is guaranteed. And I think he's making, around 27 this year? Where Hendrickson's making like 16, 17. I mean, he's a bargain.
Oh, yeah.
TJ, that extension he signed 4 years ago, that was real money then. I think it might have made him the highest paid or second highest to Aaron Donald in the game at the time. So, the Steelers did not go cheap with TJ, but
Myles Garrett's getting paid in Cleveland. They all see that contract and they look at his contract and go, pay me.
Okay, truth serum. TJ Watt, Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett.
Okay. They each have one Defensive Player of the Year award for whatever that's worth. So you would take Myles Garrett over TJ?
Yes.
Okay.
If they were playing in opposite cities, we would talk about Myles Garrett being the best pass rusher since name the guy. But because he's in Cleveland and one's in Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh guy always gets talked of more highly than anybody that's ever been in Cleveland. It's just the way that it goes.
Fair enough. The problem, however, if you're Pittsburgh, can you offer him $1 less than Myles Garrett?
I think that you can. And I think he will take less than Myles Garrett. I think a little bit of a hometown discount, if you will. Not much, but I don't think you have to pay him more than Myles Garrett.
So you don't think that TJ Watt, in his mind, thinks he's better than Myles Garrett?
I don't know if that necessarily matters. You're trying to explain to a player and an agent that do you want to win or do you want to get paid the most money? I'm paying you as much as I can. You're in the ballpark. Look at what a mess that franchise is. We win more games than we lose every year.
Now, I don't want to do the negotiations here on the show, but I mean, TJ, let me ask you this question right now. Who's the best player on the Steelers?
TJ Watt.
So, normally the quarterback's the highest paid guy on the team. TJ could look at the Steelers and go, hey, we don't have one of those guys. I mean, no offense. Somebody on this team has to make $40 million. That's how the NFL works.
And my quick answer would be, name me a team that's successful paying a defensive player the most money on the team. That's all. I understand everything you're saying. And David, you're right in a lot of ways. I just couldn't justify it as an organization.
Here's what I'm curious about. How nasty does this get? Because the Steelers can look at TJ Watt and say, TJ, I have a question. How many playoff games have we won since we drafted you?
And he could answer, you really think it's my fault that we haven't won a playoff game? You don't have a quarterback.
That's not what I'm asking at all. That's not what I'm insinuating. I'm just asking a simple question. How many playoff games have we won? You've been here 8 years. I believe the answer is 0.
It is 0.
Right, 2016.
Then I would respond with, how many playoff games do you think you would have played in if I wasn't here?
Oh, I don't know. We had Ben Roethlisberger for half that time as still a Hall of Fame quarterback. I think we would have been okay.
Yeah, that guy that played those 4 years for Pittsburgh wasn't a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Well, you got to remember, though, TJ's been here 8. I'm not talking about the 2020s. I'm talking about finishing up the teens. That guy was still a Hall of Famer.
I got you.
But no, see, that's the thing. How nasty do you want this to get? Because that's
in Cincinnati, it's gotten nasty. And it's
right.
been nasty for a couple of months now. They've gone public with it. This is really the first indication that TJ Watt thinks he needs to make a move to get signed.
Now, this is a mandatory, OTA, mini camp, whatever. So both the Bengals and the Steelers can, by the collective bargaining agreement, fine these guys for not attending. I think you find out pretty early on the tenor of negotiations because some teams just overlook the fine. And I know you're not supposed to, but they do. And other teams make sure that it's known that it's going to cost him X amount of money per day for 3 days. Can I ask you this question? We've talked about this before on this show. And this was before you married into a Steelers family. The fan base has taken the side of the team against
every
the
time.
Player, except one time.
Right.
One time they took the side of Hines Ward. And they let management know this is played out. We've seen both sides. We've listened to your arguments. Pay the man. And I'm just curious if TJ's willing to go to the mat on this. Because most Steelers fans hate the Aaron Rodgers signing.
Yep. They're not happy at all.
Right. And so TJ's probably their favorite player. And I'm just curious, which side do you think the fan base will be on if TJ's willing to hold out from training camp?
You know, David, that's a great question. I have a funny feeling that it might be 55-45 TJ, if you know what I mean, because he is their best player. And you take the whole mindset of the Pittsburgh sports fan right now, all they have are some great players on bad teams. Skeens with the Pirates, Crosby with the Pens, TJ Watt with the Steelers. There's not a whole lot of there with their teams right now.
And Mark, you know that when there's a player Steelers contract dispute, that the fan percentage is 97% Steelers, 3% player. And I'm just wondering about this one because of partly the situation you just described. This is a fascinating time to be a Pittsburgh sports fan. And can you, and by the way, I think it's a worthy discussion. If you're the Steelers, do you just walk away from TJ Watt? You get 9 years out of him. Do you just walk away and say, he ain't worth $40 million a year in his 30s? Sorry, I ain't going to do it. I don't know how we're going to replace him, but I'll have $40 million to replace him with because I ain't paying him $40 million a year.
Might have wanted to make that decision before you signed Aaron Rodgers. I mean, if you're going to break up the team, then break up the team. By the way, Terry McLaurin from the Commanders is not attending minicamp as well as he's trying to get a new deal in Washington.
Yeah, they got nobody to replace him, by the way.
No, they do not.
They need him.
He's
worth
got
it.
hand, and he just used it, David.
You know what the problem is? The problem is the Mike Evans of the world who stayed for 22, 23 million. They're killing the Terry McLaurins of the world.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floormeisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David
This
Moulton.
is Miller and Moulton.
mean, Amanda Kristovich is just tweeting out a storm right now from Orlando.
I told her, I said, hey, make sure you get a day where you get some sun. She said, no, I won't do it here in Orlando, but I've got one planned next week. I'm like, okay.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
I always hesitate to bring something up this segment because this is Mark's segment and he's got a lot of stuff to get done. And I don't like to infiltrate his time. But you and I follow many of the same people on X. Did you see what Joe Shad just sent out 11 minutes ago?
I did not. I missed that one.
He sent out a picture of the Oklahoma football front office staff.
I'm sorry, I did see it. Yes.
Since Mark saw it, I'm just going to ask everybody at home, how many people, not coaches, not support staff, trainers, none of that. The front office for Oklahoma football, which does not include an athletic director, an assistant AD, nothing. 7. There are 7 members of the Oklahoma football front office. There's a GM, a senior assistant GM, an assistant GM, a director of scouting, a director of high school scouting, a director of player personnel and retainment, and an assistant director of college scouting. But remember, we have to come up with a set limit as to how much we can pay the players.
And we have to make damn sure that we keep the collegiate model of non-professionalism intact. Right. Even though the flippin' Ohio State AD says we need to create a pro sports model.
But we can't do that, buddy, because then they're employees. So get with the program here. Set up your professional front office. Don't call it a professional front office. Set up your team like it was a professional team. Don't call it a professional team. And the players are, I don't know what they are, but damn it, they're not employees. I'm serious about this one, by the way. Why do I have to go to school?
I don't know.
I mean, at this stage of the game, I'm being paid to play football. Is there anything in this about going to class?
No. Not that I've seen. Maybe there is somewhere.
I mean, is there a minimum grade point average that I need to have in order to play? Because there used to be, but since the NCAA doesn't have anything to do with this anymore, does it matter? Do I have to go to school at all? Just curious.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Call right now. Won't you? 239-427-3441. That's 427-3441. Locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. Online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off your service. Benjamin Franklin flies a kite today. 1752 for his lightning conductor experiment. British explorer James Cook is the first European to discover the Great Barrier Reef when he runs aground on the coral today in 1770. I tell this story every year when I do this segment, and I love it. It was today in 1845 at Andrew Jackson's funeral. His parrot, Pole, had to be removed from his funeral for swearing at people. Before the sermon and while the crowd was gathering, a wicked parrot that was a household pet got excited and commenced swearing so loud and long as to disturb the people and had to be carried from the house. Sarensen wins the 32 British today, going wire to wire. Dillinger robs his first bank today in 33. He got $10,600. Alcoholics Anonymous was founded today in 1935. Joe Nuxhall, at 15 years old, 15 years, 316 days old, made his major league debut for the Cincinnati Reds today in 1944.
Yeah, baseball was a little different during the war years. You know, Pete Gray played. He was the one-armed outfielder. I mean, you know, things were a little different during the war years. Nuxhall, by the way, gave up 5 runs in 2/3 of an inning. He was 15 after all.
Janis Joplin plays her first live gig with Big Brother and the Holding Company today in San Francisco in 1966. A top 5 song for David, dare I say. Sammy Davis Jr.'s cover of The Candyman goes number 1 on the charts today in 1972.
I was the Candyman in the I think it was third grade play. My mother, if she's listening right now, is having PTSD from me for weeks walking around the 1-bedroom apartment singing The Candyman.
The Grateful Dead performed their longest concert ever today at RFK Memorial Stadium in D.C. It lasted for 4 hours, 41 minutes, and 37 seconds today in 1973. Lendl wins the French today at 84, his first career Grand Slam, beating McEnroe in 5, going 3 straight sets, 6-4, 7-5, 7-5 for the win. 1985, Coca-Cola made everyone happy. They announced they're bringing back their 99-year-old formula.
New Coke sucked. It was a tremendous failure. We're going back to the old stuff.
1991, South Florida and Denver picked for franchises in the National League that would begin in 93. The Panthers would get swept today by the Avs. A triple OT 1-0 win in 96 gave the Avs the title.
Uwe Krupp. What was it? Triple overtime?
Triple OT. 2000 final today. The Devils beat the Stars in 6. Wicked opened today in 03. Ray Charles died today at the age of 73 in 2004. And the final episode of The Sopranos was today in 2007. Prince Philip, Judy Garland, F. Lee Bailey would have all celebrated birthdays today. Dan Fouts is 74. Elizabeth Hurley is 60. Comedian Bill Burr is 57. Skater Tara Lipinski, 43. And Kate Upton is 33 years old today. What did I miss, David?
The first witch in the Salem witch trials was hung today, back in 1692. I was found guilty of the practice of witchcraft. I guess you weren't allowed to live anymore.
Whole freedom of religion thing hadn't started yet, David.
No. We weren't a nation yet. So
right.
1690, they were still doing their own thing. They were freelancing.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
Freelancing, huh?
Well, it's better than the 70s when they were free basing. But hey now.
A little baking soda, everything will be right. All right for all of you. All right, today for the good, we go to Arizona, where 14-year-old Cody Chalmers found a wallet while riding his bike. It had $300 in cash and credit cards inside. He was saving money for an electric dirt bike. Had a hefty price tag. But he didn't take the $300. He gave it to his mom. And they found the owner of the wallet and returned the man's credit cards and $300. He was given a nice little reward, and it helped him get his bike. Always like it when a guy gets his wallet back. You know what I mean?
Please, there's not only that, I had my bike stolen as a kid. I was the only one of my friends that had their bike stolen. Very sore subject, Mark. Wallets and bikes.
For the bad, we go to Connecticut, where state police clocked a man doing 132 miles an hour on I-91. When they pulled over Asmir Jerkovic, he said he was late to a job interview. While it's a good try, he was taken into custody for the speeds he was going. And finally, the ugly. We go to San Francisco, where two morons had to be rescued after accidentally dropping their phones down a cliffside. The tourists went down Dead Man's Point to pick up their phones and got stuck. They were trying to take a selfie, you see, and the morons dropped their phone, but made matters worse by going down to try to get their phones, and they could not get back up. And San Francisco Fire Department's Cliff Rescue Unit had to respond to the scene to pull the pair up to safety. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Tuesday, June the 10th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Did you go, you see? Did you go there? You said you were telling the story and then you said, you see. Okay. Which sounds like, okay. Well, you got a young whippersnapper there, you see. I'm like, wow, he just went old school there. He went, you see. Haven't heard that in a while. Yeah, you got to watch what you're doing there, Sonny, you see. Okay, bad things could happen if you don't pay attention.
What am I, a criminal from the 1930s?
I'm thinking Burgess Meredith from Batman. Something. I got something in my head right now. I do. Okay. You know what?
At this moment, I usually credit you for having a lot in your head because your memory's like someone I've never met before. But right now, I'm not sure.
How about the Sting? How about one of the guys, okay, on the train in the Sting? You see? All right. He's beating you with jacks again, Sonny. All right. You got to watch it when he takes 3 cards, you see.
I feel like you're doing a Bugs Bunny cartoon, and we have the gangster in the Bugs Bunny cartoon, the little short guy with the hat and the gun. That's what I'm seeing right now.
You know what? That's very possible too. That was 6:30, 7 a.m. growing up before school. Okay. It's not Foghorn Leghorn. I do not do Foghorn Leghorn.
No, that's a Southern accent. That's it. And we're not going to even attempt that.
So anyway, everybody's playing in baseball. All 30 teams are in action. You're not going to believe this, but the Yankees game is nationally televised. I know, it's shocking. By the way, the last
better than the damn, what did they give us last night? Marlins and Pirates?
Which started in a rain delay, and then they went to Seattle, Arizona. But yes, TBS on Tuesday nights does Major League Baseball. They're giving us the Yankees and the Royals, which is a playoff rematch from a year ago. I'm just laughing.
He's still doing that voice.
I am. I got
it. Hey, you see?
Yankees and Royals, you see. They played in the playoffs last year, you know. We have an international soccer friendly. There's big controversy with the U.S.
No, there's not controversy. We suck. We've lost this guy can't win either.
Well, we
Pulisic's
suck.
not playing. It's a joke.
Well, but the controversy is like none of our top players are playing because they're playing internationally for their clubs where they're making all this money. And they're like, we got time for the World Cup. We're good. USA Switzerland tonight, 8 o'clock TNT. Simulcast on True TV and a couple of streaming
lost
services.
to Turkey. How are we going to beat Switzerland?
I don't know. But anyway, we got baseball and USA Soccer. That's it. No hoop, no hockey, no football, no college anything. It's over.
That doesn't get going for a couple of days at the College World Series.
Right, till Friday.
Open starts on Thursday.
Right. Got nothing.
Hey, you see? We don't have any sports tonight. You see? You might have to watch soccer, you see?
I'm going to say it all day.
I know you are. A couple people think it's a James Cagney reference. So there you go, David. You can do
it
your
is.
There you go.
It is. We can go with that too. That's Jimmy Cagney there, you see.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This is Miller and Moulton.